Good evening and welcome to our 2024 draft budget discussions meeting. Call to order, moved by Deputy Mayor Lang, seconded by Councillor Bougie. Be it resolved that the March 4th, 2024 special council meeting of the Township of South Glengarry now be opened at 5:35 p.m. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. We'll go into the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are not.
Great. Moved by Councillor McDonnell, seconded by Councillor Bougie. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the agenda as circulated. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we'll get into presentations and delegations and into the 2024 draft budget presentation. Opening remarks. That's me. All right, well, thank you. I'll pass it around too because I think this is a collaborative approach. In looking at this and thinking about what's going on around us, I just wanted to highlight a few key points. Looking through it, I believe our insurance has gone from $203,000 to $322,000 in the last 2 years, and that's a budget pressure that nobody wants to see, but we do live it. And this past year, our OSIF, if I did the math right, went down about 15%, which represents 1% of our budget. So right off the hop, we're trying to make up 2% for things outside of our control, and I believe insurance is kind of a big one around us, outside of inflation, of course. Surrounding municipalities, to give some perspective to those in the audience, and I'm sure those around the table have already done it, and correct me if I have my sources wrong. North Glengarry went up 4.05%, South Dundas was 7.5%, South Stormont was 13%. I believe they had a 2% capital levy. I don't know if that was 11 plus 2 makes 13 or 13 plus 2 makes 15. North Dundas went up 14.7%. North Stormont's still in work, and we're up next. So to keep those numbers kind of around, that's what our local municipalities have done, and the counties were up 4.38%. That being said, I think I'd like to thank everybody. Obviously, the treasurer. It's quite the effort to put it together, as well as all staff. Appreciate the numbers and grinding it out. Typically, these things from experience start about 30%, and then they come down, and here we find ourselves. And I would like to open up the door, and I'll just go Deputy Mayor Lang first, then Councillor Jaworski, Councillor McDonnell, and Councillor Bougie in, I guess, voting order. So, Deputy Mayor, did you have anything you wish to say?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Not too much to add, just a big thank you to staff for putting this together. And I'm sure it's been tough. There's been changes in our finance department over the last while, and it's tough to put these things together when you don't have the same, things aren't consistent. And I would like to add that reading the budget and going through, it felt like everybody was kind of on the same page this year. We all know that it's tough, and it felt like staff as well as us are all pulling in the same direction and trying to find a way to do what we need to do with the limited resources we have. So much appreciated.
Councillor Jaworski, I would like to tell everybody that I didn't prompt anybody, so I apologize for putting our council on the spot up front.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Echoing what Deputy Mayor Lang has said, but I won't repeat it. But I guess I just would like to add that I really appreciate the level of detail that staff has provided, down to, the line-by-line information that was provided early on. And within that, the notes from staff really show a really great attention to detail and really trying to, satisfy the level of information that they know what this council is looking for. So I really appreciate that. It makes it so much easier to go through this, which is it's a difficult process regardless. So thank you so much for doing that to make it easier. And yeah, looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Councillor McDonnell.
Much of the same sentiments. It's been a difficult in preparation and leading up to this budget, and I think we have it. When you look at the detail that was put in, as everyone's mentioned, it's a testament to the team that we have assembled here tonight, and the confidence that we have put in them, and the dedication and hard work they do for not only for council but for the entire municipality. So I truly believe that everything they've put into this budget is very much their bare minimum and what they want to see and what they feel is essential for not just their departments, for the township as a whole. So I do appreciate all of their hard work, and there is a lot of estimates and kind of back and forth calling with suppliers to get realistic estimates, and I think we're not far off the mark with a lot of those, and it's going to be a very difficult one, I think, as far as needs and what we want to see as a council going forward for the best of the township. So thank you to all our staff for their hard work.
Councillor Bougie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to echo those sentiments as well. I mean, a lot of work has been put into this budget, and obviously council gets this presentation prior to, and just looking at the layout and how it is presented, how it will be presented, is I think the way that council would have liked it moving forward to it. It seems like a great layout, great visuals, and I mean, we are under intense pressures these last few years with, inflation and CPI and whatnot. Gone is the day of the 2-3% increase in budget, and most status quo. Those are kind of out the window. So, as we can see by our neighbors in the increases that have been going on. So, again, appreciate all the hard work the staff's put into this, and I'm looking forward to getting into it.
Yes, and as I said, as everybody said, it's kind of fun to get into levels of service and taxation questions. And CEO Doug Robertson, did you have anything you wish to say before we get into it?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a few words. One, I want to start off and thank council for the opportunity to present this budget to you tonight. And you're absolutely right, staff worked extremely hard on this. Want to recognize Kaylin McDonald for stepping up midway through the process and showing a great deal of devotion and commitment to thoroughness in the process. Just to kind of give you some context for how staff approached this, but this year there was a particularly strong attention to collaboration amongst the team members and discussions amongst the GMs and recognizing mutual accountability, but also to refer to a saying that the mayor often says, but this is taxpayers' money and it's hard earned, and I think staff recognize that very strongly. We used the best information that we had at council from discussions that we've heard council having, and we made infrastructure a priority. So that was always in the back of our minds as we went through the process and filtered things down. And again, of course, this is staff's initial presentation to council, but we're here to answer your questions and make any changes at your direction. Very briefly, some of the challenges that we faced is this, more than I've ever seen, was a budget that really had competing forces between long-term sustainability and managing current spending to keep service levels. That was always a challenge through the whole thing. Making sure that we contribute to the reserve funds for saving for our future and sustainability. And in the process, just again, heavy focus on innovation and sharing. We took an approach with the capital items where we categorize them by the must-haves, the should-haves, and then the wanna-have items. We ended up quickly narrowing that down because we saw the pressure that it was going to create, and narrowed it down just to the must-do items. But even that initially came back with a 33% pressure. So we went through a very long, arduous process of filtering through that and sifting and sorting things, which eventually landed with the current 8 and change pressure. Some of the other items came out of it. That discussion resulted in some other benefits that we hope that council will see in the future as we go through some other process reviews. So we've recognized the need for a user fee review so that we make sure that our user fees are fair and comply with legislation in terms of recovering costs where they're supposed to. An account structure review so that we can structure the account numbers so that we can do better reporting and analysis. And just give an example. So, if we have a supply line item, but we're going to break that down into, for example, chemicals and the different items within supply items so we can run better reports and analyze them in greater detail. Revisit our fleet purchase and lease practices. We've heard that very loud and clear from council. So we're going to be looking at that to make sure that we're diligent and using our vehicles as efficiently as possible. You'll see in there some discussions about a portable generator and just looking for ways to be able to build flexibility into our equipment. Asset management software so that we're diligent on managing our assets and so forth. There's several things like that through the process. But the one thing we do want council to know is in that budget pressure, there's $3.2 million of infrastructure spending in this budget. Wanted to make sure that that's evident. And that includes $2.2 million on roads, culverts, and bridges, and any new fleet items as well. So just thank you for that opportunity, and staff are here to present to you.
All right, thank you. So we'll leave it with Ms. McDonald. How would you like to go about this? Would you like to have the general managers come up, present with you, and then we ask questions after? Or how would you like to, I guess, that's a little bit me, but like, how would you like to see this meeting go? And we'll see if we can oblige you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would think if the department managers would present, and if you have clarifying questions, as they're presenting, I'm going to track items that you might want to discuss further at the end for taking in or out. Similar to past years, we do have a sheet showing all the capital items, and then as if there's something that's in operating or whatnot, I'll add it and we'll bring it up on the TV at the end, and we can go through and see how changes will affect the levy pressure, if that works.
Okay, great. And Councillor McDonnell brought something up too. I'm reluctant to bring this meeting, and it was a good comment to make past 11 o'clock, because if we're going to not see us, like if we don't see an end in sight towards 10, maybe even 9:30, we can call it at some point and then move the second portion to March 22nd, because you have that day, because you don't want to be tired making decisions knowing that there's potentially a few more hours on another day to go. So we'll make that call as we go along, but please go ahead.
Okay, so if anyone would like to review this presentation, it's a little small on the screen, but we've uploaded that to our website for review, and all of our managers' contact information is here on the first slide. So, as you're all aware, our vision for our community is a historically unique and proud community committed to an innovative future, and our mission statement remains: the Corporation of the Township of South Glengarry is committed to excellence in the efficient delivery of municipal services in a fiscally responsible manner that maximizes the quality of life of our unique community and residents. So I won't belabor the strategic goals, as we're all very familiar, but we did have these in mind when we were building your budget. And we hope that you can see that we did try very hard to avoid taking on any debt as we were working to choose the projects to bring forward for you and choose to spend our reserves prudently. We recognize we need those. We were prioritizing our projects while planning for the future. So as we went between them, we recognized we couldn't do it this year. We tried to plan for when we would try to fit it in the future. And throughout the slides, you'll see that we really focused on the level of service of the projects we were proposing. One of the pressures we felt, it's already been mentioned, our grant funding is going down, as well the grants that are available. There's a lot of competition for them, which can be challenging for a small organization to compete for them. Increases in our liability insurance, as Lachlan, or Mr. Mayor already mentioned, and our group benefits, we saw 10 to 14% increases. Typically when we budget earlier in the year, we are guessing, around 8%, but we budgeted later, we had our actuals, and some of them went up as far as 14%. So that is a pressure across payroll. We also had increased operating costs, materials, utilities, contract increases. We saw all of those as we were planning. So, as has already been mentioned, inflation remains an issue. It's starting to cool, but it is still a factor. One area we're really seeing discussed amongst municipal treasurers is when we go out to tender for non-residential buildings. Things are going out to tender. They're hoping for around 40 million. It's coming back at 80 million. So that's something. Fortunately, we're not doing anything that large, but it is significant. And so the non-residential, it's still climbing, but fortunately, residential, it's starting to cool off, but it's certainly not back to where it was before the pandemic. So our starting point, I will admit here, it's a little different than the original draft. It's $11,271,918. So a pressure of 8.64%. It's been a bit of a moving target. I'm sure by the end of this meeting it will have changed again. So the reserves and carry forwards as presented in the budget. We've tried to spend carefully from our reserves. One reserve we identified as sort of time to use it was our development charge reserve. This reserve has been sitting, for lack of a better word, since 1998 amalgamation. It was a reserve for the former township of Charlottenburg. So we thought with all the pressure we have on our budget this year and the infrastructure spending happening in the former township of Charlottenburg, we thought it would be a good year to use that. And some of the reserve transfers you see within the budget are represent carry forwards for items that we budgeted for last year and we didn't want to tax again. So we've moved those into 2024. And so just a little picture of our full-time staffing contingent. So I won't go into too great a detail of that, but you can see, of course, our benefit line, as I'd mentioned, it is increasing. We have salary and benefits is a large portion of our budget, but those are the boots on the ground doing the work for us. And so you may have noticed the symbols throughout the presentation. We have the capital projects. We've done this decrease, increase, and maintain. This is kind of because we're sort of framing the budget within the asset management coming in July. The next level is we have to be providing our service levels, so we thought it was something to include within our presentation today. All right, so I'll turn things over to Mr. Sege.
In fairness, did council have any questions to the overview of the high-level overview, or get right into water? Right into water, okay, and wastewater.
Perfect, thank you. So this evening, I guess I'm first up with the water and wastewater budget. Just a quick couple comments, as Caitlin had already had one slide for our staffing. We're 4 in the water right now, 1 non-union and 3 union. We're all full-time, and we take care of the water and wastewater plants. Sorry about that. All right, so next slide, Caitlin, please. So just a quick recap for the 2023 budget and some of the items that we did complete. So as council I'm sure remembers, we had the Green Valley Lagoon sludge hauling, which we took all our old sludge from Green Valley. We brought it to the Beaverbrook landfill, and it's going to be used as a top layer for cover. So that was all approved by the ministry, and so that was one of the items we had completed. Secondly, was one of the larger projects we've undertaken as like a test trial run, but also a very successful one. We had the Lancaster lagoons. We desludged them. So right now it's currently out drying in our second lagoon that we have on site. Lancaster AC installation is more like a dehumidifier. It's to save our equipment over time. Glen Walter Allen panel system was just an upgrade to our chemical system. We bought the Wax Hydrovac trailer, both from a maintenance perspective and future jobs use. And the CCTV and sewer cleaning, which you're going to see later on in this budget presentation tonight, that the work that was done last year is leading to work this year that needs to be completed. Just a couple quick pictures. So at the top left, we have the vac trailer that we purchased, the AC dehumidifiers that were installed in the middle. On the far right is the cleaning, the CCTV, and our inspections. And the bottom left 2 pictures with the big red machine. And if you just look off to the middle, where you see the black sludge coming out, that's what that machine was moving out of our Lancaster lagoons into our dormant lagoon. So just a couple items of note that don't truly make the capital maintenance side, but work that we'll also be completing this year is we're going to be upgrading the turbidity meters for the Glen Walter facility. So Lancaster's had failed last year, which we replaced. So they were put in the same year. So this is just, we're making sure we have the same equipment in all of our plants. So when we have parts that fail, we have one supply, not multiple spare parts. Redwood, we're just adding a small spare pump. Understanding Redwood's budget is small to start, but it's a spare pump to be on site. It's the chemical that we rely on to keep the water safe for our consumers. Lancaster, most of our pumping stations are getting up there in age. The pumps that are in them have been fully refurbished, every single one of them at this point. So it's time to put a new one on the sideline, being ready to go. Just a couple of the inspections. So this year we're looking, every 5 years we typically do intake inspections, effluent for the wastewater, water tower inspections. It's all in our DWQMS that we take these inspections on. We're going to be doing maybe a little leak detection at the same time, just to find some more non-revenue water that we can tackle so we can save money and find more capacity in our water systems. We do have a fairly new staff, as I have mentioned it, but as I'm mentioning now, we have a fairly new staff where we have level 2 water, we have a level 1 water, and we have an OIT. They're mixed around for OIT and level 1s for the wastewater side, so we're looking at, keeping them on and keep upgrading their license. We officially have an ORO that can step in for water as a part-time. So we have that in our back pockets this year, and we will hopefully be able to use it. And then we're looking at, just like last year, looking at contract employee to help us use the valve trailer for valve maintenance and inspections of water meters, just to keep tackling all that extra work that we have on the sideline. Typically in the summer months is our busiest time with locates coming in, more houses being built. So that's where we're looking at getting another contract employee this year. Just I guess the three big items for capital for the water division. And then next slide, please. So the first one is going to be Green Valley. We're looking at a portable generator for both the South Station and the North Station in Green Valley. Currently, we rely fully on hydro whenever we lose power to get it up as soon as possible so that we can get back to pumping our sewage. The longer it takes, the more our stations back up. So we're looking at approximately a 25 to 40. 40 would probably be the ideal unit we're looking for, just for a multi-use purpose. We're hoping to have it portable in order to pull between the stations. And it's just truly a future asset to the water and wastewater division with all the power outages. And it was mentioned after the last large storm, the ministry had called us and asking if we had backup power at this facility, and we do not have backup power. We have the ability to, we have the hookups, we just don't have the portable generator to get it on site. So that would be this project for Green Valley Capital. For the Water and Wastewater Division, under Capital for Glen Walter, it's just a rerun of last year, I would say, at 1.3 for the water tower. We're still moving forward with it. It's 2/3 funding. We are looking at bringing to council within the next month or so, early, probably the first one in April, we'll be taking the EAA results for the water tower. We're hoping to be able to send out the tender this summer, and we're hoping to, as soon as possible, have shovels in the ground as of fall of 2024. Our deadline will be 2026 for the full completion of it, but shovels in the ground, if all goes well, this fall. So the Water and Wastewater Division, again, this one is our CCTV work. So once we did our sewer cleaning, we were able to get in, do our CCTV work last year. So once we get all these videos back, we go through them, we classify them, we pick the top items that need to be fixed immediately. This is how I'm looking at spending the money between these three systems. Obviously, Lancaster is the most, but we have the most repair and older pipes that need fixing. Just for an example, the top picture is a T-liner, and the bottom is just a typical liner. Both these items will be used to do these repairs. They can be quite costly, but they're also very cost effective in the way we're not digging up the road. We're not damaging any other infrastructure as we do it. We don't have to go back and repave a road or just a portion, like a small cut, because everyone knows the cuts are not always the best. Cutting a road up leads to more issues in the future. It would just be small patch jobs. So this way we're able to do it all with robotics and new lining. So we'll be grouting, T-liners, and just, I guess, the money that I've shown on the screen here at 161, Lancaster 120, Glen Walter 36, and Green Valley 6. These are the max numbers I'll use for this year. There will always be work to be put into the sewer systems in this manner, but that's where I'm capping, where I think we can get the most bang for our buck this year in the water and wastewater while tackling all our major issues. And I just have a quick video for council, and I'll just maybe explain a little bit. So this is our CCTV. And this is one of the major breaks that we were able to find for the CCTV work that was done. So in 2018, we had it completed, but this break either was not present or was not found. I don't believe it wouldn't have been found. I believe it would have happened in the last 5 years. Cause of it, I am unaware. It could be as easy as a torpedo that may have dinged one side, damaging the pipe. when they were running new infrastructure. It could be just bad installation from day one, but something clearly created it is under a road base, so there is a lot of pressure from vehicles. It is on County Road 2 in Glenwalter, to be precise. So that just giving you a little example of where our infiltration comes from. So doing these studies every so many years, getting the CCTV work done, you're going to see in a second how much water, like once it pans out a little bit, you're going to see how much water is coming in every second of every day. And it even gets worse during the spring thaws, right? So whenever the groundwater level comes up, more water comes in at a quicker rate. So we're both tackling both fixing and repairing our systems that could cause issues down the road, and or just our high flows in Glenwalter, right? Like I said, Glenwalter, I don't have as much budgeted as Lancaster, so we definitely have more of these issues in Lancaster, but I did grab the worst one to show council. This would be the biggest job to be tackled. So on the left side, you can see all the water coming in. And like I said, that's 24 hours a day. So that approximately, I think the camera is a little deceiving. So we're doing a 9-foot repair in order to, it's recommended to do a 9-foot repair in order to, typically when we see pipes, plastic pipes like that, unlike your cast iron that just breaks and leaves a hole, plastic continues to crack. So the larger repair we're gonna do, we're gonna be looking at a 9-foot repair, but that hole itself, it's very deceiving. I mean, to me, it looks to be about 10 to 12 inches of a hole, but the cracks easily go out, another 10, 12 inches on each side. So we're probably looking at 2 feet of broken pipe. So that would be an 8-inch diameter, yeah. So what all they're gonna do is so we gotta go back in, we gotta clean the pipe. We're gonna send in the robots to put the material in place. They're gonna blow it up. It's gonna fuse with the special bonding plastic they have. And they're actually gonna expand the pipe. So they're almost gonna take that break where it's caved in a bit and push it back out with high pressure. And then as they let it cure, once they let it cure, this is where more money comes in, we're gonna send back in a camera, make sure that the repair was successful, make sure that it is working. So it's kind of a 3-step process: clean, repair, and then camera again to make sure the repair was successful.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know we might get into a conversation on generators as a whole towards the end of this presentation. Did we want to have some of that conversation now, or move along from this, or were there questions? Deputy Mayor Lang.
I agree, there's likely going to be a larger conversation. I just wanted to make sure when we get to that larger conversation, I'm aware of all the facts. Did you say you have the hookups now? So if you buy this portable generator, it's just buy the generator, there's no wiring electricians needed, it's just plug and play?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Currently on the buildings, it was I think 2016, we had the full hookups installed in order to proceed with this project at one point. But this is so they are ready at both stations. The hookups are there. All the wiring has already been done. We manually have to switch it ourselves, and that's where the portable generator comes in.
Okay, we'll go Councillor Jaworski, then Councillor Bougie.
Sure. Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Question about the generator. You said the ministry called in and asked if we had that. So is that a requirement to have backup power, or a strong suggestion?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's definitely a strong suggestion. It has been mentioned in a previous inspection as well, but it's definitely a strong suggestion to have it because of the type of the environment and what we're pumping.
Councillor Bougie.
Through Mr. Mayor, well, there's been no secret with our power outages in recent years. It seems like it's an ongoing issue. This unit in particular, obviously it would be for Green Valley, but if there was issues in Lancaster, Glenwalter, would it be as easy to use this same unit there? Or would there be other work needed at those locations to get it to function?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we could definitely get it to function. Would it do all of our facilities? No, and there would be more back work that would need to be done. it's nothing that can't be tackled because we're looking at a generator for 3 phases. Most households and small buildings is only a single phase, so we're looking at like a 3-phase generator. And it depends on the kilowatts, for example, in Glenwalter, we have Yacht Boulevard. There is no backup power, no backup generator there as well. But it's currently only supplying about 40 to 50 homes. So we do have a lot more retention time inside the Clearwell to build it up. We do have more time, but like it would be the next step to start looking at installing another hookup there, because the odds of power being out in Green Valley and Glenwalter is at the same time on the same day. During a big storm, yes, it could very well be possible, but Cornwall Electric, we're on a different grid, where North Station and South Station will have to probably have someone on site 24/7 during these large power events, so we can switch sites, right? So we go to one site, pump it down, go to the next site, pump it down. Like it'll be a lot of work having a portable, but it's the best availability at the moment. But we could, like I said, like to answer your question, yes, there's definitely ways to use it for other either emergencies or power outages or even a failed generator at any of our stations with the proper personnel on site, like electricians and a generator guy. I don't believe there would be anything stopping us from using it as long as we, had the right personnel on site.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess we suffered a severe enough power outage last year. How long can you go without pumping? As of now, say, example in Green Valley.
So just to go back to this spring, we had 7 days of no power in Green Valley. So we were bypassing for 7 days.
Okay.
Thank you. I guess then we will move on to general government. I believe that's Mrs. Compo.
All right, so good to go, Mr. Mayor? All right, so I'll be presenting the general government budget on behalf of the corporate services and finance departments. So if we could go to the next slide. So the general government budget consists of 2 subcategories. So we have the general government legislative budget, which relates to accounts directly linked with council. We also have the general government administration budget, which encompasses expenses related to corporate services, the finance department, as well as general operating costs. So it's kind of the catch-all budget for corporate initiatives. To go over, highlight a few things from 2023. So council distributed just shy of $50,000 in community grants and donations to various organizations throughout our community. This one seems like it's a small expense for the community guide, which we produce twice a year. But I just wanted to kind of highlight that this is an initiative where we've been able to create a very minimal cost for what I think is a really great outcome. So we subsidize the cost of producing the community guides by through ad sales, which enables us to keep our costs down. And I think it's a great tool to get information out to the community, and that goes out twice a year. So for just over 10,000 copies in a year, we're paying $3,500. So I just wanted to highlight that project because I think it's one where we've been able to form a partnership that's been really beneficial. Oh, sorry, there's just one more. And then last year we saw the initial implementation of our electronic records management system, with phase 1 being the onboarding, initial configuration and onboarding of the corporate services department. And then later in the year, we onboarded infrastructure, fire, planning, building, enforcement, economic development, and human resources. And then one of the bigger projects that our finance department committed a lot of time to last year was the RADI funding project with the Cornwall Regional Airport. So as you can see there, we through that grant, we were able to purchase a Kubota tractor with a chopper and rear blade, fencing, an upgrade to the airfield lighting, as well as the purchase of an office trailer. And our finance department oversaw the project management and reporting for this project. So getting into the 2024 budget, starting out with a picture of a bunch of good-looking smiling faces is our general government legislative budget. This budget is very status quo. There aren't really any changes to this one. One item of note is that we've carried forward $15,000 from the 2023 budget that had been earmarked for strategic planning. So that's accounted for in the 2024 budget, so we're not hitting the tax base twice on that, just to clarify. On the administrative side, really, it's not an exciting budget, general government. We're maintaining the status quo for the most part. Our operating costs are maintaining the current service levels. A couple of items that I did want to note. So just to kind of break down what the consultant fee line includes. So we've included $45,000 to complete the electronic records management project. We had not initially planned on doing this in phases. So when this project was brought to you last year, it was, I had said this is a one-time cost. It'll be, we already pay for the Microsoft suite, so there isn't an ongoing cost. However, as we got into that project, we realized we did not have the internal resources to do it all in-house as we had originally planned. So we've included an additional $45,000 in the 2024 budget, with the caveat that we plan to fund that through the modernization reserve fund. So that would not be through the tax base, it'd be through the modernization funding that we have in a reserve received from the, I believe, provincial government a couple of years ago during COVID. And then it also includes $35,000 for a corporate compensation review. The other line that I wanted to highlight, because it's probably one of the only lines that's gone up or has had a significant jump, and that is the computer and website support line. The reason why this has gone up is we have not been appropriately budgeting that line over the last few years to keep up with a lot of the digitization and digital services that we're now offering. So we've increased that line to reflect our actual costs. I've also included $3,000 on this line this year to complete a website accessibility audit, and this was something that was identified last year through our accessibility reporting with the SDG Accessibility Committee as an area where we might be able to have some improvements as we move towards the fully accessible Ontario guidelines or requirements, really. So that's general government in a nutshell. We don't have any capital projects, but subject to any questions, it might be myself answering, or it could possibly be Ms. McDonald or our CAO, Mr. Robertson, because we all fall under this this budget.
All right, I always found this one riveting to present back in the past. Nice and quick, typically. Are there any questions of members of council at present time? Councillor Jaworski?
Hi, thanks, through you, Mayor. A couple of questions. And this is probably not a general government question, but I think it's in the general government section. When it comes to the payments in lieu that we get from different bodies, I'd asked about what those values that come in seem to have been frozen, and I'm just wondering, is that part of MPAC being frozen, and will we see potentially those assessments change, or do we have any, any line of sight on when that will happen?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. That is dealing with the frozen assessment there. So once we have a change in assessment, we hope next year we should see some change there.
if I may add some context to, as they're provincial and federal government properties, sometimes they will hold their assessment. So as everybody else's assessment goes up, they actually end up paying a little bit less traditionally. So it's a nice thing they do for us. Second question?
But some of those payments in lieu are not from federal and like provincial bodies, right? So hopefully those ones don't have that escape clause. My other question has to do with the consulting fees for under general government. I know we had some discussion regards to the compensation study, and definitely I think it's something we should be doing, but I don't think it's something that needs to be done in a way that costs. I think it's something that we could probably drive more internally, or maybe piggyback on what gets done at the counties, or drive that as a county project, or piggyback on what other municipalities in our region have done more recently. So I'm proposing that that's one item that we could scale back on.
Would you have an amount that you think to scale back offhand, or do you just looking for suggestions? Sam says zero. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Yeah, take the 35,000 out, and we'll find something to do with it later in the evening, I'm sure. Or we'll decrease taxes, but I'm with Councillor Jaworski. I think, as much as I do think we need to do a compensation review, I think when we look at these numbers, it was something that I agreed with, that we can do that internally, or maybe get some help from the counties. They have HR department now, and we'll save that money and we'll use it elsewhere.
I do know there was some thought on perhaps having a little bit in, maybe not take the whole amount to get some external help. But that can be a discussion we can have. Did you have I see Deputy, or not Deputy Mayor.
Through you,
Councillor
Mr.
Boucher.
Mayor, I was just going to agree with maybe removing it altogether, and maybe revisiting this at a later date.
Okay, well, and I do see then 3 councillors have said, please remove that number in your spreadsheet as we're going on to 0. And then worst case scenario, if help is needed in the end, we can always draw from general reserves at that point. Further questions on this one? All right, we will move to planning, building, and enforcement. Mrs. Haley.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Like general government, my department's budget is not that exciting either. So we'll start off with highlighting a few points of interest in 2023. As Council's aware, we sold 5 residential properties owned by the township with a total revenue of $352,500. These are revenues that we're not going to see on an annual basis because we don't have an abundance amount of land, but it's certainly revenues that assist the municipality in completing other projects. You're also aware that we completed studies to research the development of a township industrial park. And as per a staff report that I brought to council a couple of meetings ago, unfortunately that did not go the way we were hoping in terms of establishing developability for the large parcel that we owned. I believe it was approximately 175 acres. So you're going to see that there's reductions in the 2024 budget because we're not moving forward with that project as per the approval of council. In 2023, we applied for a RED RED grant funding. It stands for Rural Economic Development. We were successful in receiving almost $10,000. And we also had increased building permit revenues in excess of $40,000 over and above on what was budgeted for. To further expand upon that, in the planning for 2024, we're going to be looking at a reduction in software expenses. So council's aware that we had purchased Cloud Permit for our building department. We've now been using that successfully for a couple of years, and we're expanding that into land use planning. And the land use planning component is really more for tracking the applications. It's not necessarily being used directly by the public for applications, and it's also being used by the United Counties for severance applications. With the United Counties purchasing it, we were able to piggyback with them, and that resulted in an $11,000 savings. So we still get to use the program. The United Counties is paying for it, and we can use it the way we see fit, but we're resulting in those savings, which is great. We also have reduced our consultants and special projects in the planning component by $60,000. As I mentioned, we're not moving forward with the industrial park design. And one project for 2024 that we did keep monies in the budget for, we budgeted $20,000 in special projects, and that's because we hope to complete a new comprehensive zoning bylaw in 2024. If we don't get it completed this year, we'll get a bulk of it completed in 2024 and be ready to work on our zoning schedules. As for building, revenues are budgeted to be the same as what we budgeted in 2023, despite we have a slight increase in the permit fees as per our fee bylaw. However, we're kind of unsure what the market's going to be for 2024. We don't know if we'll have increased or decreased housing starts, knowing what individuals are facing with interest rates and building costs. So we were carefully budgeting that line item just to be on the safe side. Our septic system consultant, the fees have been increased to reflect the approved contract. And we're also able to reduce equipment purchase and software by $2,000 to truly reflect what the annual cost for cloud permit will be for 2024. Going into economic development, as I mentioned, in 2023, we were successful in receiving a RED grant. That project has to be completed by spring of 2024. Therefore, there's a carryover of the $12,165 just to allow that project to be completed. We've decreased economic development projects by a value of $19,000, and that's because we're not moving forward with a RED grant in 2024. We'll complete the one we have, and we've also recommended to council that we decrease the CIP funding by $5,000. In the previous years, we were budgeting, I believe it was 35 and then 30. And then last year, we only had uptake for about approximately, I believe, $9,000. And so we're proposing to reduce that. And we do have possibly 2 anticipated applicants for 2024 that have been in touch with us already in terms of what their projects will be. We just don't have all of the final details yet, but we do believe we'll actually have a couple applications. And we haven't always budgeted properly in every department. As you can see, sometimes there's GL or line items that will be for software. Sometimes it's found in some departments and not found in others. So we now have that item's been added to economic development in 2024. So money's been reallocated that would cover our annual software for the community profile, statistics, and things like that. So as much as you see that's a new item, it's not necessarily new monies that are being spent. It's just being properly allocated. So those are basically the highlights for 2024. We're now going to go into the individual departments. So I know that's very difficult to see, but without truly repeating myself, there's not a lot of changes proposed in planning. As I mentioned, we have $11,000 savings in software. We've also included $20,000 for our new zoning bylaw project, but we have a significant decrease in our projects because of the industrial park not moving forward. Moving on to municipal law enforcement, it's essentially status quo. If you look at that, there's very few changes. Obviously, there's changes in insurance and salaries and benefits. Those things are, as Kaylin mentioned at the beginning, are out of our control, but we have no new changes in that portion of the budget. In building, as I mentioned, we have, we were careful on budgeting for revenues because we're unsure of what the market will bring. We have reduced our software by $2,000. You'll see mileage has been budgeted for $9,000 again this year, and it was in the previous 2023. There's a little bit of wiggle room within that budget, only because one of our pickup trucks is at the end of its life. So we have monies allocated in the mileage component in case we needed to rent a vehicle. We're going to rely heavily on the mechanics' recommendations, and if we can continue using that truck for 2024, we certainly will, as opposed to spending the money. But we do have money in there for that. One change in the building department is entrance permits were always listed in the building department as revenues, and we've now allocated that to the infrastructure department. It really makes sense. Entrance permits are primarily completed by the infrastructure department. And I'm sure you've noticed that over recent years, we're sometimes allocating or directing costs, revenues, expenses to be in the appropriate department, so we're budgeting properly. Moving on to economic development, again, we decreased ads and promotions by $2,000. In 2023, one of the exercises of our economic development officer was to monitor and track where we were spending our money on ads and promotions and what feedback we were giving. So there's been a change made where there's a couple of ads that we're not going to be purchasing, which is resulting in that $2,000 savings. And more emphasis can be placed on social media. As you know, it's a lot less expensive that way. And then I mentioned CIP already with the proposed reduction in comparison to 2023. And the last component of my department would be emergency planning, and it is status quo. It's not a big portion of our budget, but we do have monies in there to ensure that we can achieve the 2024 compliance. So please let me know if you have any questions.
All right, are there any questions presently of council? If I may, just looking at the revenue and even the revenue history for building, I know that it is always tentatively carried. I would be comfortable as a member of council seeing that even adding $25,000 to that revenue would put us below the 3-year average, or not even average, the 3 years. That could relieve some of the budget pressure, but I don't know if your department feels strongly against that. It's just we've been above like tens of thousands of dollars above it the last 3 years, and I appreciate the pressures, but it seems like in golf, sandbagging it. Would you is that a great concern or something that council would like to add? Because it would put decreased pressure on our budget.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's not a great concern. If it's being directed or coming from council and we're not as successful by year end, then at least I know that it was council's direction and it wasn't administration maybe making a budgeting error. So if that's something that you're very comfortable with, I know we are always very cautious with our revenues and maybe too cautious to your point. So I will leave that up to council's decision if you would like to alter it. We did have a building permit that was issued at the very beginning of this year that's for a significant industrial projects, so that certainly does help our numbers. Again, we're still just unsure how the housing is going to play out for 2024.
Well, Tiff Macklin has a press conference on Wednesday. We can look for rate changes, but would council be comfortable? That's the Bank of Canada, sorry, Governor is Tiff Macklin. Probably not going to change, but would council think that's appropriate? We can say no, yes, to that $25,000 increase at revenue? Yes? Or sorry, Deputy Mayor Lang, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm hesitant because I think construction's going to drop off pretty quickly here. Interest rates are high, and I hear people talking, the electricians and plumbers are not as busy as they thought they were going to be and this sort of stuff. So I'm a little hesitant, but we'll see what everybody else thinks.
Councillor McDowell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would tend to agree with Deputy Mayor Lang at this point, just having had conversations with some of our local sub-trades like plumbers and electricians. They've seen a significantly slower winter, and as opposed to traditionally where they would be busy looking at and sitting down with architects making plans for the upcoming building season. A lot of them are finding themselves with more time to be on site, so I don't know that it's a great idea as of now. I think if next year we still see, if we are above where we're at, maybe it'd be a good idea to address it then, but at this point I don't see it. The one thing I did want to address just with Ms. Haley was I'm not against dropping the CIP down the 5,000. I'm actually looking to go maybe even further. I don't know that we are in an economic position right now that we should be sponsoring that as heavily as we used to. We had, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 applications last year. That's consistently less. I'm seeing less uptake. I think we've more or less covered it. Given we've had some uptake, I would be interested in maybe going lower. I don't know if we're interested in having this conversation now or if we want to have it later, but
I think this is the
now's the
perfect
time.
time for it. Yeah.
I'd like to put it down to about 8,000 or 8 to 10,000. We'd cover off the 2 applicants that have expressed interest as of now if they want to get their applications in as soon as possible, but I'm not looking to go much further than that. I think the money should be spent elsewhere and budgeted elsewhere.
Councillor Bougie and possibly Councillor Jaworski just after.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'd be comfortable going with the 25,000 as you had mentioned, and I would also be comfortable dropping the CIP down to 10,000 as well, as it is a very difficult couple of years for us, especially this year. So I feel like those monies can be put elsewhere, and we still have the money there for applicants. It doesn't mean we're removing it, but I guess for this year, I would be in favor of dropping it to 10 as well.
And we are having strategic planning coming up, so some of these will be further conversations, but Councillor Jaworski?
Through you, Mayor. On the first point, just relying on history and yes, things will probably slow down, but I still think it's not overly risky, I think, to budget, to expect to be in line with the past or, slightly. So that extra 25, I think is reasonable to have as the revenues. On the CIP, I'm not trying to one-up Councillor McDonnell here, but I was thinking that bringing it down to 15 because of the fact that we have those applicants, but also I always have it in the back of my mind, and I hope that one day more applicants will take advantage of the portion of CIP about improving accessibility. And so I don't want to, I don't want to eliminate the program because I still feel like that's a super important part of it that I don't think has been taken advantage of yet. So I was thinking 15, but 10 or 15. I suppose there's always the mechanism for it to come back to council, I suppose, if an applicant were to appear, I assume.
Deputy Mayor Lang, and then just Ms. Haley to clarify on that comment afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm going to vote for 10. What happens, like last year, we only spent 7,600 out of the 30,000. That's not rolled forward, it goes into general reserves, or where did that go?
Ms. McDonald?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, presently it was not carried forward to offset, but it could still be at this point in time if that was council's direction.
I imagine, yes, it would be. So I guess I'm hearing then $10,000 for the CIP for this. So drop that, then carry forward from last year. And I think there were 3 saying 25 increase in revenue to building would be okay. Any further questions on that matter?
Can I clarify that?
Oh, yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lang, and then
So
Councillor.
you're saying to carry, I'm not looking to carry that forward into the CIP. I just want to know if it's available for us to spend this year.
Okay.
Is it slated, I'm assuming, I don't remember seeing it going into general reserves yet. I assume we haven't seen that staff report, but there's going to be a staff report at some point to decide which money gets carried forward.
Yes, there
I'd
would
like
be.
to put the CIP at 10,000. It's my vote. That's what we're going to spend this year. That's our upside limit. And I'm just thinking if there is 22,000 whatever left over from last year, I want to know where it is and if we have it available to use later on tonight.
Typically, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think unallocated 2023 monies would be put to general reserve. So that's where it would typically go. So by dropping it to 10,000, there'd be some savings there. And if we carry forward 10 to offset, it'd add another $15,000 to this year's, or decrease this year's budget by 15,000, which we could spend later tonight on possible infrastructure or whatever projects that you have in mind. Councillor Jaworski, I believe you had a question?
I was just following up on what the Deputy Mayor was saying, that if there's money left over, but the 10 from this year should be from the carryover of what was left over, and then there's a little bit left over after that can be used for other things. So definitely, I don't want CIP to be, I do not want CIP to be impacting this year's taxation.
That's clear?
No, it is not, just through you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
So we would like the value set at 10,000 for this year, but that 10,000 is going to be offset by carry forward from last year. That's what I'm doing.
Correct.
Thank you.
And also the 25,000 increase in revenue for building revenue. Okay. No further, Deputy Mayor Lang?
The $352,000 in land sales last year, what did we do with it? I don't remember where it went.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is my understanding that it went into general revenues, that those dollars have not been allocated to a specific department or project or capital project.
That's what I kind of thought may have happened, and I don't know, there's no better time to talk about it than right now. I'd like to see that go towards something like maybe bridge and structures reserves or this sort of thing. An area where we know we've got some big expenses coming, and it would be very useful, and we may not have the We may not be looking to spend it this year, but I think it should be somewhere where it's going to do something good like that. That's my vote.
Can I get a thumbs up, or, yeah, thumbs up? So for that money, that would come with a staff report, because otherwise it gets directed to general, so when that future staff report comes, the result of the sale of that land goes into a structures reserve. Okay. Thank you. Any further questions or comments on this particular part? All right, we will move to fire services. Chief of Fire Robertson. When you're ready.
Good evening, Council. Could you just, there we go. Do you want me to do it myself? Okay, there we are. Okay, so I'm here to present the budget for 2024, the proposed budget for fire services. 2023, just a few recaps. Our fleet remains strong due to subsequent council's investment in our fleet. Only 3 of 12 of our major frontline apparatus are over 10 years of age, so we're quite proud of that. Staff are quite happy with our fleet. Just a note, for last year we had one significant fleet repair item at $6,800. That was for pumper number 5 out of the North Lancaster station. Required a significant pump overhaul, but those have been fairly few in the last recent years due to the condition of our fleet. So, facilities, in May we moved into the new Williamstown location on William Street. That's going very well. Staff are quite happy with that facility. And we continue the discussion, as council is aware, to consider the future of the old Williamstown Station site. So there is subsequent reports coming back to council on that facility. So our incident review, our total calls for service was up last year to 290. That's increased over 2022. We had a number of significant structure fires, both residential, agriculture, and commercial last year. The bulk of our calls continue to be vehicle collision response, medical response, and other calls for service. But thankfully, structure fires are fairly few in number, but they are a large consequence. So, okay, so items of note, highlights, and outlook for 2024. As has been mentioned at various times in the past, we're going to bring a report to council in the coming months regarding a restructuring of firefighter payroll. To date and historically, we have a single hourly rate for all ranks, and basically, and we're looking to better reflect participation and qualifications in how we compensate our staff. Our staff are to meet and continue on with the requirements for provincial certification and regular training. Our staff are working very, very hard, so we think it's only right that we compensate them properly. So that is a report that will be coming to council in the coming month or two. In the line item for wages for each station, the perceived amount of this increase is included in this year's budget. Of note, it's always fairly difficult to determine volunteer firefighter payroll for our various stations because it all relates to call volume, the number of responses, the duration of calls, the number of fire staff who attend each of those calls. So basically, historically, what we do is we trend the number from a number of years prior, and we make our best guess. Most years will be fairly close. This past year, we did have a significant number, as was mentioned, of responses. So our salary, our payroll was a little bit higher than we had anticipated, but we've also had recent years where we were below. So the next item are the radio system for fire and the roads department. We have, if I'll speak to the larger picture, it's a shared. We share some facilities, we share some parts of our radio networks. These would be, in essence, the two-way or the mobile radio networks that we're talking about, that our both staff and our vehicles can communicate with each other. It is long past its expected, the confidence that we would have in the system. The system, we have had numerous periods of outage over the last year to 2 years, either in the full network or in various pieces of the network. So we know that, and it is in our 10-year asset plan, we know that the radio system needs to be replaced in the near term. We propose to spend $20,000 this year on studying and in essence being tender ready for 2025 for a radio system. And that would be combined with the roads department and their needs. So any investment in the system would be shared between two departments. We're also, July 1st of this year, there's a provincial mandate to have a community risk assessment completed for every municipality in Ontario. This is very similar segments to emergency management. We're considering the risks in our community, but this specific one is more focused on fire services. Because of the timeline, we are already proceeding with this item with a consultant, and we're presently on track to meet that provincial timeline. Next item, purchase of a new open trailer to transport UTV-3. So this would be our all-terrain vehicle that we use for rescue services and wildland response in areas where we can't get our larger units. It's a vehicle that was purchased in 2014, and it's been a very influential piece of equipment in our fleet. It's used quite actively, and it's really been a good investment. So I guess I'll jump to the next line item because they're fairly they're tied together. So the conversion of the enclosed trailer, currently we have an enclosed trailer that we carry the UTV-3 unit in. They were both purchased in 2014. What we're proposing is to convert the existing trailer, so this would be an increased level of service. It's not something that we have today, but we're looking to purchase an open trailer that can carry the UTV and convert the existing trailer into a rehab unit that would have a washroom facility in it, heating and cooling for long duration and rescue events. We don't have on-site washroom facilities for our 90% of our male staff, and definitely not for the 10% of our female staff. So that's something that we see as a very, very important item to move forward with. We have the resource. We're budgeting $5,000 to make that conversion. It probably won't completely be done in 2024. It's something we think that we can do over time, but the washroom facilities would be a priority on that item this year. So we also do see a lot of our long duration events, especially in the winter. It's very difficult for staff when they're on a large fire and they're wet and they're very, very cold. We need a facility where we can, for health and safety reasons. So that speaks to that unit. Firefighter certification by July 1st of 2026. The current provincial mandate for certifying all firefighters to the various firefighter standards needs to be completed. We have 105 fire staff currently. 50% of the department will be fully certified by the end of this year, and the remainder are on track to be fully certified by the end of next year. So that'll be 6 months ahead of time. With a volunteer paid on-call staff, life happens. Sometimes people have to pull out of courses, so we want to keep that last 6 months. And we're confident in those last 6 months for some follow-up pieces. So, capital items. So, in 2023, we had proposed to redo the roof of the Williamstown station. In 2023, I came back to council. Sorry, if I back up, we had budgeted $250,000 to change the roof on the Williamstown station in 2023. Class D estimates have come back at around $450,000 to replace the roof with a wood frame truss roof with metal sheeting. That is the conversations that we had, administration and council in 2023. I wasn't, we've talked so far tonight, and we'll continue to talk about the pressures that are on our municipality with infrastructure spending needs. I wasn't very comfortable with the $450,000 price tag. So what I'm proposing is to sort of walk back on some of the proposed, my proposed opinion that a wood frame truss roof would be the best route forward. I still think over time it makes sense. I don't know that, and my comment to you this evening would be I'm not sure that that truly is the best use of current funds. So what I'm proposing is to replace it with an asphalt roof as is current, and that price, we have quotes, and that can be completed for $175,000. That includes both the roofing, the insulation on the roof, the metal work that ties all the roof in place, some of the items that were removed out of the renovation project. So, next line item would be the replacement standby generator for the Williamstown station. In the late winter storm in April of this year, last year, sorry, 2023, the 20-plus-year-old standby generator became inoperable, and it's not, basically, the motor on it is not worth investing in. So that has been proposed for this year. Plug and play, in essence, the replacement would be $16,000. So just, I guess I've spoken to most of this, the project highlights, and the generator. So that was the roof and the generator. And we're into line items. If council has questions for fire service, I'd be happy to review them with you.
If I may, Your Worship? I
please
just want to
proceed.
draw council's attention to one item and point out that on the slide where Chief Robertson talked about the roof on Williamstown Fire Hall, I just want to illustrate that the work that the team has done and some of the contributions they made. Chief Robertson actually stepped up even before we had our team meetings to discuss the budget and offered that cut and did some additional scrutiny. He actually took me up on the roof and we had a personal look at the roof, and he showed me the features of the roof and some of the wear and tear. I can tell you he's much faster on a ladder than I am. And he's also good at holding a ladder when the CAO is climbing back down. But I just wanted to say thank you to him for doing that, because he stepped up. That's a $275,000 reduction in the budget.
Thank you very much. And I know that traditional, from what I've heard from councils, like the roof trusses, like the flat roofs, are not don't provide the same value. And then I guess what you're bringing forward is, do we perceive it to be $275,000 of value is the difference. So that's thank you for bringing that forward, Councillor Jaworski.
Through you, Mayor McDonald. So it is, yeah, it's very difficult. We're in a difficult environment. It's very important to find the savings. And although maybe, and I'm still torn on this about, you know, doing repairs that will give us the longest life. But my question actually is more about, there are a number of items in the fire service that are being proposed, and I'm a little unclear on what's coming out of reserves and what is not, because as I recall, like the amount from reserves that was set aside for the fire service projects was higher than this. So does that mean then that a lot of the other things that are being proposed are coming out of reserve? I guess I would just like a bit more clarity on what's coming out of reserves and what is actually going to taxation.
Is that a question you could handle? Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So our intention with the fire services budget presently, the roof being proposed would be one of the items we would like to fund from the development charge reserve. We've done a lot of work in the township of Schlottenberg with 2 recent fire halls, so we thought this was a project that should be funded from that fund. Sorry. And the remainder that you see coming out of reserves in there is for the UTV trailer and the generator, so that's $23,500, I believe, is budgeted to come out of the reserve. So there's nothing else coming out of the fire reserve, I should say.
So we had Deputy Mayor Lang and then Councillor McDonnell. The amount from that former Schlottenberg Reserve, what amount was it? Because I know that Deputy Mayor Lang has, I think for a few budget cycles, said it would be nice to tap into that. So thank you for looking into that as an option. Do you have that value?
357,000 as of the last time I checked the bank statement. Our intention would be to completely empty it. So once we get the March statement, I'll have the firm number for the next meeting.
Okay, great. Deputy Mayor Lang and then Councillor McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So I'm still as clear as mud. So there's 357,000 in that development. We'd like to empty it. I think we should. I think it's been sitting there since 1998 and done nothing for us. I think that's great. We're looking at a roof. Well, I'm still not sure where the 250,000 is that was in reserves or set aside for the roof last year. Did we spend it on something? There was 250,000 that, and I can remember having a meeting at one point, we thought fire reserves were going to be down to 0. Did we use it to buy a truck? I just need some refreshment on where we're at with reserves at the moment in the fire department.
Thank you, and through you. So that money was not taken from the reserve. That was amended, the transfer out, because the project didn't go forward.
It's still in the reserves? So do we know what the fire reserves are right now?
I believe they're approximately 400,000, but I want to confirm that with the auditors.
Okay, so long as we have an idea, so we have 400,000 in reserves right now in the fire department. We're looking to add 357, which gives us 757,000.
You're just getting
No?
not all of the,
Make sure
not all of the
that's-
No,
not all the development reserves are
Or
going.
is that with the development charges in there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the proposal for this capital work, this 175,000 would be funded by the development charge reserve, and the remainder of that money would be used for other projects within the township of Schlottenberg that are eligible. And we didn't tie them to any particular project in case council would prefer not to fund them, and then we'll let you know there's enough road work and structure work that we can easily spend that within this budget.
Okay, so 400,000 in reserves now, adding 100 and, what was the roof? What are we taking out of the development charge one? Just so because
For fire, we're taking the 175,000 for
Okay.
this project. And we will also be funding the reserve this year, but not to the same extent as we have in previous years, as we're not, we typically flow through the fire reserve. When we fund it, we also are spending quite a bit. This year, we're only spending 23,000 from that reserve.
I'm not going to argue about what we're doing with it. I'm just not clear on it right now, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. And if it takes me a minute or two, just be patient. So we have 575,000. Say 400,000 reserve. We'll leave that aside. We're going to spend 175. In my notes here, it says that capital expenditures are 198,005. Some of that now is that. That's what's coming out of taxation by the looks of it here. Where is it? Is there a line that's showing that's coming from reserve? I see transfer to reserves of 182,000.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor. So,
Maybe I got to go up further to the
yeah, I'm sorry, the
income.
development charge line may not be showing on the fire page within the budget document you have, but that money is coming out within the budget, the 357,000. And as I said, the 198,500 is the capital work within fire. It's being offset by the development charge reserve for
Okay.
175,000, and then the 23,500 will come from the fire reserve. So
Okay.
we are funding the
So
reserve.
none of that capital is coming out of taxation then?
That's correct.
Okay, that's just what I want to be clear on. And then, so we still will be left with a reasonable reserve in the fire department? Okay.
Thank you for that. Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess, along the same lines, if we were to say, example, I said and had consensus around the table, I don't want to use the development funds to do a roof that we've already budgeted for, we would then put that money into another project, and in that case where we did not use this money ahead of time, there would have been a larger transfer to reserves, or to the fire reserves, correct? Because my issue is we budgeted for a roof once, and now we're pulling it out of reserves that we already had for as long as I've been alive, essentially. So it's to me, it just, I'm trying to understand if that reserve wasn't there and we weren't touching it like last year and the years before, would we be budgeting for this roof on taxation, or would we be making an increase to, I'm trying to get my head around it. I don't want us to use that reserve fund just on the roof because it's available to us. We've already budgeted for this roof in excess of what the project is going to cost. I just want to be sure that we're not, in essence, doing it twice. I know it's not coming off of taxation, but at some point it was taxation, or somewhere that money came from a taxpayer.
Thank you, and through you. So yes, we do a transfer into that reserve, and typically about 450,000 every year. So we funded that reserve $450,000 last year, and the intention had been to do the roof as part of the planned projects, but then that project did not go forward. So that's why the reserve sort of stayed healthier because of that. And then now this year, we're proposing, we are not putting as many funds into the reserve. However, we are not choosing to take as many out. So we're hoping that reserve will net out somewhat the same, as we do have a lower transfer that we recognize.
Okay, so it's just, I guess, for myself, and I'm sure for somebody who might be looking at home is looking at this maybe naively as I am. It looked like we were doing it twice, but in essence, if we didn't use this money from that reserve fund, we would have put more money on taxation and increased that, essentially doing what we're doing anyways, except we're just using money we already had put aside. So, no, thank you. I think you cleared it up for me. So.
No, I think that is fair. You're getting at, you don't want to tax twice for the roof. And that's a very fair comment, which, as you're saying, like we're decreasing the reserve transfer and then we're taking it from here. So like that's kind of the wash, if that makes some sense. Did you have a question? Councillor Jaworski.
Sorry, thanks, through you, Mayor McDonald. Yeah, I mean, and this whole discussion about reserves, I think it's very important to understand these quote-unquote bank accounts that we have that were, set aside for specific purposes. And I guess that's where my mind is going, is that I just want to have a bit of clarity on the fire reserve itself, because as I recall, when we had put money, like when we were saying we were going to take money out of the reserve for these projects, I recall saying it was going to go low, but it was going to be okay because it lined up with our asset management plan. But now it seems to me that this means we'll have more in the fire reserve in the end than what we maybe originally had thought back like last year. So I guess I just wonder if you could tie in the amount that's going to be in the reserves versus our asset management plan, because we're deciding to do the cheaper version of the roof to save money. But again, if our reserves, and this is what they're for, if the reserves are healthy enough to do the version that would have the longest life, I just want to make sure we've really exhausted that discussion, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So in 2023, we had capital projects totaling $350,000. So that would be what we had budgeted for the roof at $250,000 and for the water storage at $100,000. So, and even at that, we knew that fire reserves was going to be, we've had significant investment in fire assets in the last number of years, so we knew that we were going to be close to the line, for lack of a better term. And the other piece to it is we have been, as mentioned, we've been investing in fire reserves to the tune of $400,000 to $450,000 over the last number of years to keep us through what we expect the projects over the next 10 years. So we chose, I chose with the dollars that had come in, the estimate for what the projects truly were going to cost last year, when they came in significantly higher, I had a concern that we wouldn't, because we were already trending to be almost to zero in fire reserves, with that theoretical annual maintenance piece of $450,000, it was still going to be close. So I pulled back on that. Sounds like I've got background music. No. So so with that, yes. So your question was just sort of tracking the flow of reserves, correct? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think where we're leaning and our opinion, why we've reduced our desired scope of work for this year and removing the water storage meets where we think we have fire reserve capability in that long-term plan, like the short stage of that long-term plan. And the opportunity to use the development charge piece will also assist us in that, so that we can continue to plan for subsequent projects.
Councillor McNeil?
I guess just to elaborate, like with Councillor Jaworski, at this point, it's your professional opinion, and I think if we look at it in a general overview on that roof, the $450,000 option is really just not an option because it is exponentially higher than what anybody should be spending to do that. I think the estimate's probably extremely high. I don't know that we're going to find somebody cheaper than the estimate we get from the engineers once they're public. So unfortunately, I think that project's kind of dead as it is. So we're going with the 175. As soon as everything is balanced out, everything is spent this year on capital and operations, what will our reserve be left over in fire? Are we looking to be at that 400,000 in a reserve, or are we going to be at 550, or are we going to be at 320? Like, I guess I think that's more where Councillor Jaworski's coming from with it. Like, what's our balance going to be once everything's done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. In rough numbers, and our acting treasurer can clarify them, with roughly 400,000 in reserves today, with our funding, we should be at, would you say 200,000 higher for next year? Oh yes, because of the development charges. So here, I'll pass on to.
Just a moment.
Well, while you're looking for that, may I ask you a question of you, Fire Chief? With the decrease of the transfer to reserve this year, do you feel in the next few years we'll go back up to 450 as we get back on that cycle? Was that something we can anticipate for a future budget?
Yes, I guess council could anticipate that I will be requesting that historic number. We recognize that this year there's a priority for some other projects, and we think that we can do the imminent need projects for fire services this year. Our request will be in that range of 450,000 for next year, and that will allow us to continue on with items in our 10-year capital plan.
Okay, so like a short-term haircut to push somewhere else and then go back to usual. That's, okay, thank you.
And, sorry, and through you, Mr. Mayor, it will be, just with this year's contribution, it will be over 500,000 in that reserve.
Thank you very
I'll
much.
bring a
for
more
that.
detailed report when we bring the final budget, once we have our audited numbers.
If council will oblige, I just have a question because we're taking a former trailer and replacing it, like we're replacing a current trailer and we have a former trailer. Therefore, that, it is a $5,000 discussion. I just wanted to make sure that we're okay with that increase of level of service. So just, you can get thumbs up or thoughts around the count?
I guess just a thought on it. I can see where it would be slightly difficult to load it or a little more challenging, and probably when you're in a rush, it's not what you're looking for. So the open trailer, I understand 100%. I think Mr. Robertson's very, very in line with his estimate on the trailer. The upgrades to the trailer, I can't personally comment to it. I've never been on a fire call, or not as a volunteer firefighter. I've been to some of those events, and I could imagine when they're out all night, and especially like you've mentioned, we do have a diversifying fire team, which is great, but it does make things a little more awkward, especially when maybe some of our male members have the ability to run behind a hedge or something. But if you look at our large fire event we had this year, it would be awfully challenging with the amount of attention that drew, as well as it was a fairly well built up area. So some kind of secluded area might not be always available to our. I don't have much of an issue with it. It is an increased service level, but.
So show of thumbs up, that's fine. I just want to, because that's always level of service. Great, okay, good. For the ambulance, I know we didn't talk about it too much. I believe, oh, never mind, sorry, that's last year's. No comment on that. I saw $1,200 as a cost to the ambulance bay, and that was last year's actual thing, so I was just, I looked at the wrong column, sorry for that. Councillor McDonnell?
While we're on fire, generators seem to be all the rage this year in this budget. You have a replacement generator. I know we've had this conversation. All of our fire halls have one. It's an increased response time. I believe we said, albeit small, it's hard to put a value on that on any given call. It's a plug and play. Are we fairly confident in this estimate as well, or can we get a little bit of? There was no sizing on it, how many kilowatts it was, etc. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it's a 16 kilowatt standby generator, which will do the full facility. The nice thing is our new facilities are quite energy efficient as far as LED lighting and our heating systems. We don't have the large power needs that we used to have. So yes, and we actually have quotes that we can hold for that project. So yeah.
Okay, so for this generator, do we want to kind of put the generators all together, but with that context? Okay, so thank you, or did you say no? No? Oh, yes, okay. So we will have a generator conversation, which that will be included. Thank you for the updated information. I believe Parks and Recreation, if there's no other questions or comments on fire. Okay, let's move to Parks, Recreation, and Culture. Ms. Harbers? I believe you have to push down, yeah.
Okay, good evening, Council, and through you, Mr. Mayor. This is the Parks, Rec, and Culture budget. So first I'll go through some 2023 items that we completed last year. We have the Glen Walter Regional Park, the court resurfacing. So this included, we originally had 3 tennis courts, so we resurfaced the 3 tennis courts. Also included the lines for 6 pickleball courts, which has been an increasing, there's been an increasing interest in that sport. and then also having the portable nets on site for user groups to set them up. We've received lots of compliments for this upgrade, as it's a highly used court at Glenwalter, and it was partially funded through the LEAF grant, the Commonwealth LEAF grant. We also had some capital maintenance work done at the Charland Rec Center, so the paint room renovation, condenser, and the workshop column repairs. We have the some more 2023 items here. So the MP Poirier Park playground upgrade. As you may recall, last fall or 2 falls ago, we had to remove the play structure as it did not meet the safety requirements or the inspection that our lead hand had completed. So we had to remove the structure. So we worked with the community to ensure the structure, met their needs and the age group of the community. We installed the play structure, a 2-bay swing set, which includes a inclusive swing and 2 belt swings and a toddler swing. And also the original play structure site had sand resurfacing. So we installed, as part of the project, accessible surfacing, which is cedar weave mulch, as sand is not classified as a accessible surface. However, sites that do have sand right now, you can keep it until you replace the structure or do significant renovations. So we were able to keep the sand from that site, and we will be topping up a couple of our other sites. I know Green Valley is in need of it, so we'll transfer that over there. And then we also did the museum kitchen and the Peanut Line Bridge on County Road 19. A few other updates here from 2023. So we just completed the Karen View Park concept plan. We have the BCAs, the building condition assessments that will be coming forward shortly, and the Peanut Line options analysis project. We also implemented some new recreational programs, or brought back programs since COVID. So we added T-ball in Martintown, ball hockey here at the rec center, and then we are looking forward to having a student join us this year to kind of help us implement and execute some of these programs. We also did tree management at Glenwalter and Glen Gordon. Those were our 2 more significant sites, and then also the cleanup from the ice storms and the wind events that we had. So, like I mentioned, we have the building condition assessments that will be coming forward shortly. They are completed. It's just the report will be coming forward. The Peanut Line options analysis. So we're well under our way with that project. We kind of put it on hold for a little bit while we worked on budget, but that will be coming back shortly as well. We've continued to work on the Karen interpretation site with the MCA and Parks Canada. We're at the early stages of forming the RFP for the consultation phase of the project. So council and the community should expect to see some more of this project in 2024, which is noted here. It is fully funded through Parks Canada. And then the Summerstown landscaping, we're still waiting for the land analysis to be completed, and we're not in a position to do any work at this site, but these are the funds carried from last year in the event that we do have access and can start working on the site. So some operational items for this upcoming year. Martintown Community Center. So you'll see that we have some cost savings here due to moving the snow removal internally. And then we received some requests to complete capital maintenance at this site, including fixing up the crushed stone pathway and repairing the flower bed retaining wall that's around the building. So the pathway, that would include removal of weeds, add fresh stone chip, grade and pack for a portion of the price that's there. And then flower bed retaining wall, so removing the existing garden wall, supply and install stone dust to re-level the base, and then reinstall the existing garden wall. Right now, there's just some of the retaining wall has been falling forward, so yeah, we had the requests and maintenance for that site. Some more operational items to note. So the splash pad continues to require replacement. So 2023 seemed like a big year for equipment requiring maintenance. Our lead hand, Dylan, and our operators have become quite the experts on this facility, and we have tried to plan for the maintenance that we will require in 2024. One item being the replacement of 12 of the solenoids, which you can see there in that image, which controls the water input to the features of the splash pad itself. You might have noticed that one of the features actually leaks water continuously, but from our experience working with splash pads, when you replace those, that issue should be fixed as well. So that would be good too, and it has been recommended that we do replace them. The elevator, so the door operation mechanism, which includes the door operator, lock, and door detector. Doors are the most used component on an elevator, and this represents about 65% of the maintenance contractors' callbacks, is what they reported to us. So the one we have has been discontinued for years, and if something was to happen to it, like the boards and the sensors, it will be very difficult to get parts to fix it. So this is about $25,000 of the cost that you see there, of the $30,000. And then the door detector is an old safety edge that has been discontinued since the early 2000s. So parts are also becoming difficult to replace. So that's $5,000 of that 30. So you'll see that we've just increased the capital maintenance by 10 because last year we also had capital maintenance at the arena. So that line item is being increased by 10 total. Next, we have some items at the wharf. So a part of the line painting contract that GM McDonald will be working on for our sites, we have included the wharf as we may look at solutions to make it easier to maneuver out of the wharf, like adding maybe some more space between the parking spaces. Myself and our lead hand met with the Friends of the Wharf last summer, and that was one item of concern. We did install some bollards and made sure that the base of those light posts were highlighted so that it made it better for people maneuvering around, but it is a pretty tight space, and we talked about maybe some solutions for parking. Not moving the parking spaces, like I know in the past there's been discussions of angling the parking, and that wasn't going to work. But just making more space between them. Also, heat and hydro increases. So you may have noticed when you were looking at the line by line that it actually wasn't in line with the actuals, but we are working on getting those updated and reflecting more of the 2023 costs now that more of them have come in. Okay, so now we'll get into some capital items. So this is for the generator for this facility at Charland Rec Center. I just want to mention we did have a report come to council on September 18th, which was, I think it was a consent item report, which just outlined all the facilities that we have that have generators and facilities that should or we're recommending have generators. And at that time, we had presented that to council, and then following that, we had mentioned, okay, the items that were mentioned in this report, we would bring forward at budget based on what we included in the report. So this is one of the items that was included in that report, a generator for here. Because we did experience, I think generators is a hot topic right now, or it was in 2023 because of the ice storm that we experienced and also the snow event last Christmas. So it kind of really highlighted the need for it and to make operations more efficient and to continue working while we have these power outages. So this generator would power the lobby and upstairs, including the elevator. The elevator actually takes quite a bit of power, so we had someone, a contractor, come in to test the power usage for the facility, and the elevator, when that's turned on, it really heightens the energy that's required. Anything beyond the lobby glass would not be powered, so like the ice, the stands, the back workshop, dehumidifiers. So if we did have a significant power outage during an ice season, like ice rental season, we could still potentially lose the ice depending on outdoor temperatures, probably, this type of winter that we're having. This would just allow us to have better operations during weather events. So it makes it difficult, for our department to operate without power. However, our department is still relied on during these events, to keep buildings up and going and help out with tree cleanup and keeping our parks safe. So when the power goes out at this facility, and council may be aware, because we had a power outage right before a council meeting, I believe it was last spring. But it's not only when the power goes out, yes, we lose power, we lose access to water, technology, whatever, but when the power comes back on, it takes a while. This is a large facility. It takes a while to get things up and going. So it's not just a flip of a switch and the water's working, technology's working, and it's us looking around, okay, where did the power surges happen? The lights are out in the hallway, or we've had it where our dehumidifier had some issues and it blew some fuses because of a power outage. So it causes a lot for a facility of this size. Also, if the power does go out, then we don't have access to water, and water department, Dylan's very quick to come in and make sure that we have water again, but there are mornings where we come in and we're like, oh, there must have been a power outage last night. We have rentals coming in and our building doesn't have water. So there's a lot that goes into it, and it's not just so that we have power during an outage, but so that it is more efficient when the power comes back on. And then also this could be a site for emergencies during a power outage, because we do have, the elevator and center up here. Also showers and everything downstairs. Next item is the generator at the Landshire. So this is a bit of a different site that we are requesting a generator, or recommending a generator. This site houses the Lancaster Dental Clinic at this time, and the Senior Support Center, so 2 rentals. This item is actually funded, we are recommending that it is funded through the Landshire Medical Center Reserve Fund, so it's not hitting tax. We had a lot of additional costs as part of the property maintenance to this building due to the flooding from the weather event we experienced last December, like the furnace, hot water tank, and then the cleanup from the flood, having a company come in, making sure everything is dry. Then we had another significant power outage in the spring, and we luckily had staff to keep a portable generator going to prevent the flood. However, this may not always be the case every time there's a power outage, or we may not get there in time before the flood begins. The sump pump is constantly running, so flooding happens quite quickly after or during a power outage. Having a generator would help with efficiency during weather events, as we're often needed in other areas during power outages, as opposed to just getting this site up and going. Another item here is the electrical panel for replacement. This is within the refrigeration plant room. This has been recommended by our maintenance contractor through our capital plan with that maintenance contractor. It is well past its expected life cycle, and it's recommended, or it's becoming increasingly dangerous to perform service in and to maintain. Not replacing it could result in poor ice quality, canceling programming, building power disruption, unbudgeted emergency repairs and replacement, safety risks, being exposed to the wires. It's 480 volts to 600 volts by opening or getting too close to the panel. The new electrical panel can help with energy cost savings, as it will have a seasonal controller installed with it, so it allows you to schedule ice temperatures, so when we don't have rentals or it's not as busy in here and we aren't requiring as much energy, you can schedule for that, and then reduces the energy used. A neighboring municipality has implemented this updated electrical panel, and they're seeing the cost savings with their energy bills, and it's already started to pay off for the replacement itself. And then we can also apply for a Save on Energy grant, which could be completed if this project were approved. We could start that process. This next item is water treatment for the refrigeration plant. I realized that might have been a bit confusing. We do have water treatment, obviously, in the public portion of this facility. It's just not at the back of the arena, which is the water that's used to circulate through the condenser. So this has also been recommended by a refrigeration maintenance contractor due to water quality, health and safety, the longevity of the equipment, specifically the newly installed condenser, also referred to as a cooling tower. Proper water treatment is essential part of maintenance required for cooling tower equipment. A well-designed and consistently implemented water treatment program will help to ensure efficient system operations while maximizing the equipment's service life. The rec center here does have very hard water, which contributes to scale buildup, and although it is treated in the public section of the facility, it remains untreated in the refrigeration plant room. Typically, a condenser's lifespan is 15 to 20 years. However, some facilities have replaced their condensers within 5 years due to the lack of water treatment. Cooling towers can pose a health and safety concern also due to Legionella, which can form from recirculating water in a cooling tower if there is excess scale, corrosion, and bacteria in the water. If the water remains untreated, more scale and bacteria can grow, which can contribute to the formation of the Legionella. At this time, our staff are taking precaution by emptying the tank that feeds into the condenser more often now to try and put fresh water in it to try to help mitigate that. However, as the condenser ages, more measures will need to be implemented. So we've been researching water treatment for quite some time now, and obviously this would be something proposed for the 2024-2025 ice season. Yeah, so we are bringing it forward now, hopefully for implementation in our next season. The next item is our Glen Walter pathway. This would be in addition to the current pathway that is the perimeter of the park. So as you may recall, we do have a pathway that is 2 kilometers around the perimeter of the park. So this would connect park users to the play structure, pavilion, and washroom building, approximately 85 meters. Currently, as you can see in the bottom left photo, there isn't an accessible option to the play structure ramp to make the play structure accessible. So this is being recommended to ensure we're meeting accessibility standards at this newly developed facility. Next item is the Jack Donaher Park, the well at this site. Currently, the well for this park slash building is on the neighboring property. This would include installing a well on the township property. We will ensure there is communication between, the township and the property owner if and when the project were to move forward. This slide, this is just items for consideration or future. So these are not included in the budget. It's just, these are items that have been either requested by the public, and I have had a chance to either gather quotes, possibly for, future funding, or they're accessibility items we should be considering, and they could probably, possibly qualify for funding opportunities. Then there's also items in there that we don't have the capacity to execute, or they weren't seen as a need to do, but they continue to be on our list. So, however, if there are items, on here that council wishes to complete in 2024, we can certainly look at taking out items from that we are recommending, but these are just in there to keep carrying them forward and so that council is aware of these requests. So now we get into revenues, which I probably won't talk about either of these in detail unless there are questions, but I did want to mention that the revenue for the ice rentals, there's still income to be reported there, so we will probably become more in line with actuals in that line. Thank you, and if council has any questions, I'll try to answer them as best I can.
Okay, does anybody wish to start? Councillor Bougie.
Through Mr. Mayor, more of just a comment. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Definitely the first item here, the $110,000 generator jumped off the page. And as nice as this would be to have, I think that, we're in a pinch and money can be spent in other locations at the moment. And maybe this one has to be put on the back burner. As for the generator with the Landshire Medical Center, how much money do we have in reserves? Because that might be one where it might make sense, being that Lancaster, typically, there's lots of water in the ditches, and anytime I live there, and anytime the power goes out, my sump pump's gonna run. So, just to kind of protect that asset, and mitigate the flooding. So I guess that would be my question, how much is in reserves? Because if we can take it from reserves without having to, go into taxation, that would be ideal.
Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, the intention would be to fund that through the reserve, and with that spending on that, it would still have over 50,000 in that reserve, so.
You said that just the number we'll have remaining again?
Yeah, 50,000 would remain after spending the 20K.
Okay. Did you have a further question, Councillor Bougie? Okay. Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess similar concerns regarding the generator, but we've kind of discussed that this evening. We're going to have, I think we'll have that maybe in a summary discussion at the end of this meeting, so I won't belabor it too much. My concerns, I guess I have a few. We've had a few conversations regarding the Landshire one as well. At first, I was not overly in favor based on our conversation. I know my sump pump runs often. Apparently, it sounds like the Landshire building is beyond often. It's more or less consistent. So, something to keep in mind when we do have that generator conversation. Martintown. I took the time to run over there. We were all there, I guess, this weekend as well. The pathway, I think, would go a long way, just taking the weeds that have grown in there out now. I'm not overly in favor of putting this through on our current budget, as well as the retaining wall. I mean, we say a retaining wall, it's 2 bricks high most of the way around, and the bricks are 4.5 inches thick. It's not some 5-foot standing wall that could hurt somebody if it falls over. It may be a foot high, if that, maybe. Anyway, so I'm not interested in spending that kind of money on this right now. Again, I think there's more important projects to work on. No issues with Paul Roselle Park. I know we've had, the splash pad has been a great addition to the community. It has also caused a lot of issues in operations calls as far as keeping it up and running, so we should be investing the money to make sure those solenoids are fixed or replaced and replace the pump that keeps going down. There was another one I had, the pathway in Glenmalter. I'm not in favor of spending $60,000 at this point in time. I understand it does seem a little redundant. We have an accessible structure that is only accessible if you can get onto it. But at this point in time, I don't see enough value. We've invested heavily in Glenmalters Park over the last couple of years in partnership with the community, but as well as council on taxation, we've put a lot of money in there as well, and I'm just not prepared to put $60,000 to increase the service level at this point. I would prefer to see that go to a major capital project. As of right now, I look at the rest of the projects, I have no major issues other than the ones I've highlighted, and I do appreciate you taking the time. I know there's, especially in this department, there's a lot of people that come asking, and I know everybody feels their asks are justified, but in, 8.65% budgets, we can't do everything that are likes and what people feel are needs, but not necessarily when we look at some major infrastructure deficiencies. So I do appreciate you taking the time, though.
All right. Is there Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Ms. Harbers, for the presentation. If you could just, again, this is kind of a common theme for me, if you could clarify what out of these projects that are being proposed are coming out of reserves, and which ones were coming out of taxation?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So presently, we have 50,000 coming out of the reserve for the drainage that's been carried forward, that's showing in the budget. And additional funds are towards Smithfield Park improvements. And we also have funds available through the Parkland Reserve this year in the budget, about 45,000. Subject to what council is approving, we'll be allocating those. So when the final budget comes back, we'll bring that forward. So that would be a little over 110,000 that will be coming out of between the Parkland Reserve and the pardon me, the parks, the Charland Reserve, this building reserve. I can tell you the account number, not the name of it. And as well, we have funds available within the development charge reserve that we can use towards projects at the arena, because this is part of the former township of Charlottenburg. So again, it's dependent on what council's approving, and we'll be allocating the funds accordingly, so.
Okay. But
It may be, because as we have the March 22nd, because when we have that meeting, these questions, like the reserve questions can be clarified further too, but I do appreciate them being asked now to get an idea, but when we have our March 22nd, I think it would be nice to have a very clear, fulsome, in one page. That would probably help all.
just because from my perspective, like these reserves, some of them have very specific purposes, and, they were taxation, and they should be used for what they were, collected for. So that's why, like the Landshire one, I think that makes a lot of sense. But I guess I'm thinking, like if the parkland stuff, it's not that they're bad projects, but, we've, as Councillor McDonnell rightly said, we're in an environment where we should, we have to be very careful how we spend our money. But if this is in a reserve that can't go to infrastructure, then we should use it, I think, in its appropriate place. So that's why I want to get a clearer picture on what those reserves are like. And also I was looking through the list of reserves for the last time, and I wasn't sure if we had a specific reserve for the arena itself, or if it was more of a general buildings reserve.
I think it's just the Recreation Buildings Reserve. Unless I'm speaking incorrectly, but I think there's a Recreation Center Buildings Reserve that can be used across the board. However, the museum and the Landshire and Martintown all have their own as well.
And that's a good thing to possibly bring up during strategic planning is how our reserves are structured, because sometimes we have very specific ones and sometimes we have general. It's something we will probably have a conversation about too. Councillor Jaworski, were you done with your question, or do you have a further one?
I do, if I may. I've had residents reach out to me about the Summerstown Estates Park project, and you'd mentioned that there's something missing to proceed with that. And in the interim, I think folks there would just maintaining it, cutting the grass, something like that. I don't know if that can be accommodated in this budget or with the money that was previously approved. I know that the residents who've contacted me, I think they'd appreciate some, if that can be done. So that's maybe I go question by question.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, I might actually call on GM Haley on that, just because I'm not sure if we would have access to the site or where that stands at this time.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the site remains in the ownership of the developer. You may recall during our 2023 budget discussions, there was a discussion with council that there was thoughts that maybe you would want to sell lots and only keep the one middle portion that was identified as the need for parkland. And at that time, I reminded council that we were working with the developer. In reaching out to the developer, we had asked if they would be willing to update a study that's called the hydrogeological and terrain analysis to ensure that adding 2 additional lots would not negatively impact the abutting properties. And that's where it remained. So that study did not move forward by the developer. And council had not given me a commitment for sure if they were going to allow those lots to be allocated to the developer for sale, or if council wanted to take all of the land in-house, only develop the middle portion, and then determine what's going to remain with the potential 2 lots if you move forward.
May I suggest then that becomes something we talk about at strategic planning too, because I believe there's 3 acres, and 2 residents did reach out and had asked whether to use 3 acres or keep the whole property, and that's something that we have to give staff, I guess, clear direction on so that they can proceed accordingly, whether it be 3 1-acre lots, a 2-acre lot, and a 1, whatever it is. But yeah, no, that's a good question. And
The other question, about the generator, and I do appreciate the listing that you had put together earlier in the year, Harbors. I think it makes sense in many ways to have this building here have a generator. I think Deputy Mayor Lang was explaining about how this, in terms of like emergency space, that it is very well equipped and well placed. However, I'm thinking, it's, large ticket item, if that's, again, if it's not being funded out of the reserves for the buildings, that is something that maybe we should be, putting money aside for, like a future year, like putting aside half of it and then, getting it another year. And on the electrical panel one, it sounds like it's very, it sounds like it's a good project. I guess I don't feel like I have a lot of background. It's sort of the first time I'm coming, that I'm learning of it. So I'm maybe need a bit more time, or if it's another one of these things that, we put money aside so that we can complete it the following year. Again, it determines, there's a list of priorities of these projects, I think, that need to be done here at the building. And we need to manage that, I think, within the reserves that we have as much as we can. But I am in favor of the water treatment one. I think that one's pretty simple. When it comes to the parks, the upgrades that are required at the parks, again, I think accessibility is super important, but again, it could be something that we fund over a period of time rather than doing it all at once.
No, fair comments. Did I see Deputy Mayor Lang? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I guess I don't know if we'll have a little more further discussion about generators when we get to the end of this and see where we land, but I really do think there should be a generator here. I think talking to several members of the community in the last few days, they thought there was. They assumed that this would be the place that, if we needed to have a warming center or something, that this would be the place to go. But I'm thinking I'd like to put some money aside, maybe, 50,000 this year and maybe the rest next year if it's doable, and, put 60,000, in my little line that I'm keeping track here of what we're going to end up with extra at the end. Anyway, that's where I'm at. I think I think it's important enough. I'd like to see it stay in, but not be funded all in one year. The $20,000 for the Landshar generator, I think, yeah, go ahead. I'm in favor of that one. $120,000 for a panel replacement seems like an awful lot of money. Hopefully, you can do it for less, but if it needs to be done, I think the community would be in quite an uproar if it went down and we were without ice for a month. So I guess I'm okay with that one. The cooling system is only $14,000, but it is, if you keep that thing for 20 years, it's another $100,000 on top in annual maintenance of $5,000 a year. So hopefully it works out and makes it last that long. Glen Walter pathway, is there any way, do we have to do the whole 60,000? Like that is a pathway to the pavilion, the washrooms, and the play structure. I know the community invested a lot of fundraising and money into that play structure. Could we do part of it for 20,000 and get a pathway to the play structure and spread that out? I'm just not sure if it's a $60,000 deal or none.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The original quote that I received, which was early last year, so about a year ago, was to apply for funding. So at that time, we had the quote done to connect us to all these different amenities. However, we could maybe look into spending less and just getting people to the play structure. That's an option. I don't have that cost right now. But again, it'll just depend on how much costs have increased since we've gotten this quote, or if this quote, yeah, I'm not sure. I can't really speak to the exact amount, what it would be to bring them just to the play structure, but we could look at it for sure. I think this is also an item that is being funded partially through the Parkland Reserve Fund as well.
Okay. Yeah, it seems a shame to build an accessible play structure, and if you went there with a wheelchair, you couldn't get to the play structure. The well at the park, I mean, we got to go ahead with that. The Martintown Community Center, $12,500 for the walkway and the flower beds. I think this year I'm not interested in that. And if you look at the Martintown Community Center, we've spent $51,000 on that building. Green Valley and North Lancaster are less than 25 combined. So it's, if you combine those two, we're spending double that. at Martintown, I think they've got enough for now.
Okay, Councillor McDonnell.
Just, I guess, a comment on Glen Walter that it's come up. I haven't, has anybody had a phone call? I mean, if we're not being asked for it, it isn't nice to do. I agree with you, it's an accessible structure without accessibility, but I just don't see the value. I don't see $60,000 worth of value there, especially on an 8.5% budget year. It's just, I'm fairly firm on that at this point in time. I'm not willing to put that money in. We've invested well over $200,000 in that park before we talk about taking out trees. I just think, again, we talk about it, we can focus our efforts, I think, better elsewhere. I know we talked about parkland, I know we talked about the reserve funds. At some point, the money came from taxation. If we take it out, it has to be replaced. Just because it's in a reserve doesn't mean it's free. It's going to have to be replaced at some point.
Deputy Mayor Lang.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. McDonough. I haven't had any calls on it, but I suspect that's because we just did the play structure, and they expect that the walkway was coming next, and I think we kind of, I don't know if we communicated that, but I think we'd kind of, let on that the walkway will be the next thing. So if they find out it's not coming, you may get some calls.
And if I may, because there's been some suggestions, of like maybe not this year, next year, and you can always say even the year after that and save 20,000 over 3 years and do it in 2026 too. So there is some movement there. I know, because I'm the same way. I haven't heard a call, and like, perhaps I'm ignorant, but on most days I'm sure a grass surface is quite. It's not true all the time, but it's mostly true. I don't live an accessible life, so I'm ignorant on the subject. So there's options there to phase it in over whatever time we wish. Same thing with the generator, because I've heard two individuals, members of council right now, kind of say perhaps if not this year, then put some money away, save a little bit this year, and put it away next year. With the heating, and I'll get to Councillor Bougie because I think he had his hand up. Whenever we say heating locations, would that make us have two heating locations? Because we would have the fire hall in Williamstown as well as this location. And then I just think like 8 kilometers away we have Lancaster. Whenever you think of like Banesville, for example, they have to drive much further, and here I am in Williamstown with 3 heating, potentially 4 with Lanchar, within a 7-kilometer drive. And I just don't, like, maybe it is the right thing to do. I think that there's a thoughtful thing, and that's why we're talking about generators after more wholesomely. So that's just a passing thought on that one. I did see Ms. Harbers, did you have something you wanted to say on that? Because I thought you might have put your hand up when I was talking.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bougie, you can go first. I just had a quick point I wanted to discuss about accessibility, but we could come back to that.
Councillor Bougie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to share that, I guess, my thoughts with specifically Glen Walter pathway. I would be in favor of removing it. And in terms of Martintown Path as well, I'd be okay with removing that one as well. I mean, getting back to the generator conversation, when we did have this a big event, where did everyone go? We had warming centers at the fire halls, 5 fire halls, spread out perfectly across the township. I mean, that is, I guess, the best alternative, but I just wanted to mention that. But I'm not in favor of maybe putting a little bit of money aside to work up to the this being the main hub, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harbers?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention, I'm getting an understanding that council probably, isn't in favor of the accessibility path at Glen Walter. I do continue to get quotes for various accessibility items throughout the township because they are highlighted in our accessibility plan, and there is, the Accessibility Act is coming down the pipeline with requiring Ontario to be accessible by, I think, 2025, which will likely continue to get pushed, but it's trying to get municipalities and businesses fully accessible. So again, I try to continue to get quotes to stay updated so that if grant opportunities do come up, I can apply for them. That is something that can be done with Glen Walter as well. And like I mentioned before, we did apply for one, unfortunately unsuccessful, but we continue to apply for more grants. And, you know, hopefully the province will provide more funding, given the accessibility pressures that are on all of us with aging infrastructure and now requiring, you know, our accessibility plan has paved pathways to every park amenity. Well, it's not, it's difficult to afford that, given all the other pressures. So I just want to mention, you know, there are other options for funding. Hopefully more funding continues to come so that we can try to work towards the accessibility plan. But just something to keep in mind whenever the accessibility plan does come forward again, and there are other items that get pushed again another year, well, you know, it's because they cost money, and we're trying to do the best we can with doing it through funding. So, thank you.
No, that's a fair thing, because you're obliged to bring it to forward to us. So in that way, sometimes we can say the financial pressures aren't there for this year, but I think it's very good that you bring them forward every year, because it is very much part of an act that you have to follow. And I suppose in that way we have to balance finances. So trying to get a conclusion here, the Martintown projects, it seems like we will be removing those ones, both the path and the retaining wall. Is that the full 12,500, or do you think there might be a little money to clear it, or is that something we can do in-house? Like I know we do the ball diamond. I don't know if that machine can run. Do you think that's something we do in-house, remove the whole 12.5?
We can remove the 12.5 and try to do some property maintenance, fit some items into property maintenance, like cleaning up the weeds on the pathway. I don't think internally we would want to take on redoing the retaining wall.
No, and I don't think that's being asked. I think that's kind of on a hold there. Glen Walter Park, so there was 2 kind of in favor of no and 2 50-50. Anybody change their opinion, or this is falling on me then? Okay, I was no for this year, so that one will be taken out full $60,000. And then the last one was for the arena generator for this particular building. I believe there was 2 saying 50-50 or something, and I don't know if anybody's changed their opinion on that particular one. Councillor McDonnell?
I don't, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not opposed to one day having a generator here. I do not want to use it as an excuse that this will be our post-disaster building. It's not rated to post-disaster. And frankly, for somebody from Lancaster Heights or Robertson Road up north of Martintown to say, I'm extremely cold, I'm going to go down to Williamstown and we're going to cram 12,000 people in this building, it's not realistic. It's not even realistic to expect at that Christmas storm that anyone would have made it here unless they were Lachlan or maybe Martin, who could have taken the tractor. Like, you couldn't go 5 miles. So if you could have made it to a fire hall, you were in a great advantage. But for me to say I was going to leave Bridgend in that storm to come here is completely unrealistic. But I might have got to North Lancaster to the fire hall. And I know it puts a lot of pressure on our firefighters. And at the end of the day, I appreciate the work that they put in, especially in that April storm. Our firefighters are there for emergencies, and that's what we expect of them, and that's why they signed up to be volunteers. I don't think I got word from some of them that it was a waste because they didn't have people that were using it. But had they been used, I'm sure the firefighters would have been more than happy to have been there to help, and our staff as well. If it was all hands on deck, I'm sure they'd be there. But I just do not see an urgency right now. Everybody wants a generator because we've had 2 power outages in a span of 4 months. The last major storm, like April, was 98, so I'm just not at this point prepared to even put 50,000 on taxation to plan for this over a 2-year period. It's just my personal opinion.
Okay, so then that's on me again. We'll remove that $110,000 from the budget. And then everything else stands, I think. The electricity, the generator for Lanshar, water treatment, that's fine. Getting the well, we had talked about that many times. Ms. Harbers had mentioned on that last slide, were there any items on there that council wished to put on the docket for 2024? That included the outdoor rink resurfacing. Okay, Deputy Mayor Lang has a comment.
I don't want to put anything on for 2024. I just want to make a comment that I think the pathway at Smithfield Park is something to think about for the future, especially if we're going to get a new long-term care home there. And I may have told some of you my story, but it's a good place for people to take loved ones to go for a walk. It's very close to the long-term care home that's there now, and it'll be equally as close to the new one if it gets built here shortly. So someday it would be a great thing, but I don't want to do it for this year.
Yes, and well, if we're planting seeds, a dog park might be well received from a certain curling group that I had promised that I would at least mention that. So it's mentioned, but I do appreciate them. I remember my grandparents, grandmother in particular, my mom would take her for walks around Cornwall. It's well received along Limerow Park, so well pointed out. Anybody else, or does everybody else echo the sympathy or sentiment of Deputy Mayor Lang for the extra projects? Okay, so we will take, I'm just going to look at the time. Yeah, 7:55, we'll take a momentary come back in 10 minutes at 8:05 for a health break and go into infrastructure services. Thank you, Ms. Harbers. welcome back. It is now 8:07, and we are mostly through our budget, but we're into the big stuff with infrastructure services. We have Ms. McDonald. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies for this short delay. I'm learning how to use technology. I know everyone said their thank yous at the beginning, but I'd also like to thank the entire senior management team for the collaborative approach to budget this year. It was fun and refreshing, and I think that we did come forward with some really nice infrastructure stuff and all the other departments. A special nod to this lady beside me who has worked very, very hard over the past month to get this to you in the form that it is. So all that being said, infrastructure services, we have 4 tax budget divisions. They're not official, but they're kind of how I think about what we do. And then, of course, we have water, helmed by Dylan Sege, who was up earlier. For these 4 divisions, though, we have 13 full-time staff. We have 2 non-union, and the remainder are union, where we have 1 in the office, a mechanic, 1 landfill attendant, and 8 drivers and laborers. So getting into fleet first. So fleet is managed mostly by our mechanic and our roads manager. When we can't handle the repairs in-house, we ship it out, and that would be mostly on our heavy equipment, so our graders and our backhoe. Backhoe is briefly. Our year-end review for 2023, we did purchase a backhoe, and we had ongoing challenges with both our graders. So our 2010 Cat and our 1994 Champion both had significant maintenance needs put into them. And this is a picture of the Cat, so not the one that would be up for renewal this year through the fleet program, but the other one that we're still having some challenges with. And what does our fleet program look like? I've thrown up, council's seen this fleet replacement plan a few times in its unofficial form. I often attach it to staff reports whenever I'm trying to purchase something in the fleet realm. A version of this will come to council with the asset management plan later this year, with a note that this plan deals only with replacements. It doesn't do like fleet growth or anything like that, so it's strictly based on the number of service years that something's been in, the number of service years, sorry. That said, 2024 is a big year for fleet. We have almost $1 million worth of needs, and I do say needs because these are not wants. Without these pieces of equipment, we will not be able to operate. So for me, if there's like the most important part of the infrastructure budget, right here. We have our capital grader replacement. It's for Unit 2, the 94 Champion grader, and you can see the number of service hours. There's no decimal point in there. That truly is the number that you see. So we've got a lot of hours on it, and with Unit 2, we're seeing about $15,000 worth of maintenance needs in a year. But when we look at Unit 1, which is that 2010 Champion grader, we've been trending at above 30,000. So in terms of like maintenance needs, well, this is the older one that would be up for replacement. The other grader is actually costing us more in maintenance every year. Excuse me. Which is why for this $500,000 for the grader, there's no way we're getting a new grader. Like North Dundas bought a new grader last year, it was $630,000. Looking at our fleet needs, that's just too much for South Glengarry, so we're looking at a used one, something coming off a lease. We're also in talks with a few places to see if we could maybe refurbish one of the graders and then get one coming off lease, so we'd have like a quote-unquote new fleet. But we think we can likely do that within this $500,000, and we'd come back with a staff report kind of to show you what we've figured out once we get through the budgeting season. So we'll officially replacing Unit 2 if we can figure out how to get to newer graders for this $500,000. That would be our strong preference given the maintenance needs, and when they go down, they're not easy to fix all the time. We also have our, this one's already been approved, it's been
Ms.
ordered.
McDonald, just,
Oh, sorry.
Deputy Mayor Lang has a question. Yeah, typically at the end, but this one I think is pressing for you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to keep everything to the end, but my only concern here is what kind of a timeline like if we send one out for refurbishing, or maybe we might get a used one. Like, how are you going to make it work? Because the grading season's already started. Somebody was nice enough to come up and do my road the other day.
That's an excellent question, Deputy Mayor, and through you, Mr. Mayor. In the summer, we actually do a month rental for a third grader. So we'd likely, that third grader would be one that we'd try to try out for a purchase or lease to purchase or rent to purchase. And then we'd likely just keep that one a bit longer. Like we'd make these 3 work going throughout the year, if that makes sense. So we'd rent to lease, hold the other one that's not being refurbished while the refurbished one is away. And when it comes back, then we would come back with a disposition of grader, whichever one wasn't worth refurbishing. Sort of.
So the question was, do we have 3 operators? And the answer was sort of, just in case you're on with the microphone. Okay, please proceed.
All right, our other fleet need was approved. We purchased it through the county's joint tender. We're awaiting delivery, and it's for this Unit 13 tandem. Our third fleet piece of equipment is a replacement for Unit 3, so it's our 2009 one-ton. If this is approved through this budget, then we can jump on the county's joint tender for the cabin chassis, and then we'll look to either refurbish this box or go out and get a new one. So it'd be a joint tender with the counties for the cabin chassis, and then box separately, which the box is what's driving up that price, right? A one-ton on its own isn't $110,000. And that brings us to the end of our roads equipment. I will note that, and I might need some help here, but since we've been talking about how things are funded, this will drain our fleet reserve, so there won't be, I don't believe, anything sitting in it at the end of the year. So we drain it, we flow some stuff through, and there's nothing left. So we'll be starting fresh.
Okay, were there any questions further on the fleet at this point? I know sometimes there's little questions too that council wants from previous experience. I don't know if this is the moment. If you do have questions that can't be answered, we can always answer them at the March 22nd meeting too. If you have specific ones to the GL lines, if there's questions on that right now. And if not, upon further review, you can always email, and then staff can come back on the 22nd and answer those questions for you in open forum. Okay, moving on to roads. Yeah, roads.
It's still me, folks. All right. So through you, Mr. Mayor, this is for our roads division. I've already talked about the number of full-time staff we have. We also supplement with 4 seasonal, 2 more or less stay the full year, and 2 just during the 5 winter months. This is the department that does all of our ditching, our brushing, our winter control. It does our gravel program and a number of special projects. In 2023, we did a bunch of stuff. We reconstructed Warren Middle and Bethune and Williamstown. We did some resurfacing. We replaced a culvert on Concession 2. We did a lot of data collection programs, like our traffic counts. We went out and found all our culverts. We did a lot of neat stuff in that way, and we did a lot of reclamation of our right-of-way, which we talked about a few meetings ago, was mostly focused on brushing. So we hope to continue that in some way, shape, or form with our lessons learned from 2023, so that we are a little bit more well-received by the general public. And we also, at the end of 2023, we were half complete our streetlight conversion project, but now that we're here in March, I suppose, I think there's about 7 left to go, which brings us to streetlights. The little green dots on the screen are the number of streetlights that have been converted. It's generally focused down near the Glen Walter area. And at the end of the project, so once all of them are completed, we will send out a customer satisfaction survey to see how it's been received in the areas that they were changed in. Anything that I should say about this one? Streetlight GLs.
May I have a question about streetlight GLs, or perhaps a question that I would like answered for the next meeting? Is just with the conversion of both of them, it'd be interesting to see where the reserves are for both of those for the next meeting, and that can be included in like a fulsome report to answer some of the other questions too. Also, there was some comments within the community about the height of the signs. I don't know if that's something we need to address or that can be done on an as-need basis. Some people said they were too high, but I don't know if that's anything that council wishes to change or discuss, but I thought I would bring it up. Is that something that we wish to, or are we fine with this? I know it's so small. Oh, sorry. I stepped ahead one slide, my apologies. And, yep, I just clicked one too far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. So the next slide is talking about our 2024 operational items of note. If council is looking for anywhere to trim, I suppose this is your slide within infrastructure services. We do have a reduction of $310,000 for shouldering in our operational budget because that work was completed in 2023. We have proposed plus $100,000 for first line road tree removal, plus $40,000 for cracked sidewalk panels, which would bring our sidewalk panel budget to $50,000, and then continuing the Hamlet sign installation project, year 2 of 2, for roughly the same cost as last year. Interestingly enough, the cracked panels, we're looking at replacing 100 for that $50,000, so it's plus 40 to the budget, but it's 50 total. And then last year, I had said that we would try to get as many Hamlet signs in on our own as possible, and we managed about 5 on our own, and we subbed out the rest. And yes, many of them are high. I've also received those comments. Also operational to note, I suppose, are our equipment purchases, which are in the operations budget. So we also are looking at a generator for our airport road facility. It'd be a 30 kilowatt generator, and it would power the facility, I suppose. Right now, we have a Honda 3500 that we manually tie into our fuel pumps whenever the power goes out. So that's what we're dealing with. And this generator, so it's plus 30, it's about 35, 40, because there's already 10,000 in that line. That generator would power minimally the fuel pumps in the garage. Things that people don't often think about is whenever we bring our fleet into the garage, if it's cold, if it's wet, yeah, we can put the doors up manually, but if the fleet can't like drip and dry off, I know there will be latent heat, but depending on how long the power outage is, it's one thing, yes, to have our fuel, but if we can't do housekeeping and maintenance on our fleet and wash them down at the end of a day, then that's just doing damage to our fleet. So we're not looking for a massive Jenny, just something to keep our operations running and make sure that we can have access to our fuel when we'd like. There's a mower on there, so that's a mower attachment. An ice blade, that's what the picture is showing you, and that will go on the new tandem that's coming in, since it's replacing a tandem with quite an old ice blade. At the bottom, I've got an optional box spreader. This I added after our council meeting last week or the week before, where we talked about the potential to like hot patch strips along the side of the road. So I'll talk a bit about it more, but I threw it here because this seemed to be the space where I was talking about equipment needs and not, like, it doesn't really belong in capital, but we would shift money, I think, from capital to make it happen. So the box spreader goes on the loader, and it's a 2-foot one, and you can put like hot patch in, so asphalt, and just strip down the sides of the roads to do. You can shoulder with it too, possibly, depending on what model we get, but that's what that is. Kind of just a reaction to our discussion before.
So before going into capital heavy, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to hear, where are we? First line tree removal. Personally, I would prefer to cut that. I know we've kind of said this is the place if we are going to cut within this budget. I don't think it's necessary personally. I think it's a high price tag for what will ultimately be achieved. I know we've discussed it in the past, but the potential liabilities for trees falling over there, I'm still not in favor of it. I am very happy to see the box spreader there. Is it optional in the sense that it is presently in your budget, or this would be a $30,000 increase?
Excellent question, Councillor McDonnell. Can I answer that when we get to the high float slide? It'll make a lot more sense then.
I'm good. I personally, I like it. I think it's a good idea. I think your trade-off is your generator. I agree. I understand. We can get into the generators later. Again, so long as you've got fuel, I don't see where we're needing a generator at every facility. But I might be outvoted on that. We can have that discussion later on generators. But as of right now, I would like to see first line road trees at the very least removed.
Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'll agree with Councillor McDonnell on the first line trees. I think drove it and looked at it it's twice now since it came up, and I think there's some smaller ones we could take out. on our own. I know we've done a few, but I think we could take smaller, but those huge spruce trees, we definitely can't take out on our own. But they're living, so I think it's worth putting them off, especially on this budget year. But I would like to see staff, whenever they get a chance, take some of the smaller ones out, because they will turn into big ones someday. The box spreader, I would like to see it in. Keep it in for sure. The generator, I want to keep it in, especially in the roads garage. I think if there's a power outage, it's usually a time when you guys are on the road. I'm thinking of the ice storm last year. You didn't have time to be, somebody manning a generator and getting it plugged in just for to run the fuel tanks. I think we should have a generator there. The equipment needs to go in. It might need repairs. You don't want stuff freezing up on them. I'm 100% for that generator, and I'm good for the box spreader, but not the trees.
Does other council want to comment on that now? And I apologize that I kind of pushed the Charlan generator on us before we went through the whole one, so I apologize. I was a little out of turn of me, but we did get some action. Councillor Bougie, Councillor Jaworski. No.
I guess I agree with what Deputy Mayor Lang said.
Thank you, Councillor Bougie.
And I would agree with the first line road tree removal being held off. As for the generator, I guess that would be I don't know at this point. I think I would leave it out at the moment, but I guess we're gonna have a conversation after. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move into roads, infrastructure, capital items.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a list of road capital items. I just want to note the only, and I know we're in preliminary budget discussions, so this is a bit of an awkward ask. If those first two items, Second Line Road and Glen Road, are a firm no from council, I would like to remove it from the county tender before it closes, because it'll be harder to take it off once it, like I put us on so that we'd be there. And I can pull us, so that's just my one note.
Do we wish to keep those two roads?
Well, hang on, I'm gonna
Oh.
keep,
Okay, just going to give you.
well, I'll do my presentation.
Okay.
Got slides, council, I've made
All right.
slides. All right, so second line, I know we've talked about this. This is an asphalt resurfacing, so it's a 10 millimeter pad followed by a 25 millimeter lift, and we'd be using the, I can't remember, HL3 fines, and it would prolong our investment. So it's second line between the two county roads. This was up on our 2020 road needs study as a 2023 resurfacing project, so it's in line with the last time we looked at the needs of the roads. When we look at this section of Glen Road, it was also on that road needs study as a 2022 resurfacing project, so again, in line with the needs of the asphalt roads that we have. This section experiences a fairly high traffic volume. It's over 1,000 vehicles per day, which was surprising to me, which is why it often scores fairly high when we look at the needs. And the same kind of thing. This is a 10 millimeter pad followed by the 25 mil HL3 fines. We have our Tyotown wall removal that we've already started. We've topoed. We have generally what it'll look like once it's cut back, and we're working with the property owner and the consultant on file to who's EVB Engineering, since they're very knowledgeable in this area, to get the project completed as quickly as possible. And we look at our service treatment options or our high float. So this is Councillor McDonnell, where I was talking about the box spreader option. So previously I'd presented an option for concession 4 and First Line Road that included a downgrade and a resurfacing option. So I pulled out the downgrade because I heard loud and clear that was not a wish of council. And I've left in just the resurfacing from where concession 3 is up the curve over to where County Road 26 is. And I put an or because I didn't want to change the budget number that we'd agreed upon at SMT. So this bucket I'm seeing as $300,000, either concession 4 or North Branch Road. So North Branch Road would be that east-west portion, coming out of, yeah, but who are our neighbors to that direction? Oh, thank you so much. South Stormont. So their section of that road is surface treated, and it would tie in nicely. Like, we really don't want to, going from one material to another mid-block is kind of challenging, and I do recognize that. So you'll notice there's a difference in price, $300,000, $245,000. The difference there, we could move that money around, buy the box spreader, throw it to my hot patch budget, And instead of doing concession 4, we could use the box spreader with that hot patch budget and patch the edges and get more life out of it than anywhere else. So perhaps with $300,000, if we do North Branch, we can also get the equipment and keep some of our other, service-treated roads running a bit longer. So there's truly an or here, depending on the level of service that council would like to provide. So we can get a nice shiny concession 4, or we can hot patch it on the sides, but it will hold longer and it will give us a bit more time to raise funds. So that's where I was at on this one, and it's kind of a new thought for you folks, but
I think there is some conversation. How many slides do you have left until, I think it's just one slide after this, and we'll have the conversation if that's fine by council. Okay.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. My last slide is large culverts. So the extra money from the downgrade we pulled into here, I think it used to be 130, now it's 160. And it would go towards, after all other capital projects have been tendered and we know what's left, we'll use the 160 plus or minus to do whatever we can with culverts. I just want to give realistic expectations, though, for what we could achieve even for this amount of funding. The Pattengale culvert, which is the one you see in this picture, it's done. Like whenever you've got the bolts falling in like that and like the middle of the culvert smushing, this is imminent risk of failure, so this one needs to be done this year. Just the culvert itself is 40,000, so I'm guessing 70 to 80 for us to do it ourselves once you get all the materials in, and that kind of is in line with what we spent on the concession 2 culvert last year. Wood Creek, that box culvert alone is $285,000, so there's no way we're doing it in this budget, but we could set up some of the studies, or it's like we would have to do some topo there to find out where we need to put it because it's on a curve. It's not a straight replacement, and likely a bit of geotech to find out what the soils are, and maybe purchase some property if we want to realign. So we could set up Wood Creek to get going. The 2 in the Glendale, which is where the Grays Creek are, each of those pipes would probably be $140,000. So again, we're not going to get that done, but we might be able to get things set up to go. So with this money, we could set up Wood Creek and Grays to go and for sure get Pattengale done. And if we do a few more inspections, we may find another Pattengale that we could sub in, and then we'd come back to council and say, hey, we have 2 kind of like Pattengale. So just, like, we're not going to get all of these culverts done for 160,000, but we'll do what we can. And this would be like our contingency for the other capital works if they go under or over. And we would, of course, update council as we're going along. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll go Councillor McDonnell, then Deputy Mayor Lang.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I'm looking around at everybody else. Do I just give my personal opinion on these? Or do we want to, like, I have no problem, Second Line Road, leave it in. I guess I'll go through them quick. Second Line Road, leave it in. Glen Road, leave it in. The wall has to come down, take it down. We get to surface treatment options. I'd like to do both. I want to do the North Branch and the 4th concession. I think we've cut enough to possibly do it tonight. I don't know what the rest of council thinks, and I mean, culverts, I'd be willing to even increase it a little bit if we found another Pattengale, and maybe start one of the Grey Creeks or purchase a pipe or something, but North Branch to me needs to be done this year, and I don't want to put off the 4th concession because it's not that great either. So I don't know what the consensus around the table is, but that's my personal opinion.
Deputy Mayor Lang, and then Councillor Bougie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm not looking to cut any of them. I want some clarification on your or slide. What is already in the budget? 300,000? So leave it in. I think we've got 240,000 for you, 245 already that we've cut, that I think you can do both. I'm going to agree with Councillor McDonnell there. I would like to see I've already mentioned it, but I'd like to see the box blade in, and maybe, I don't know. I'd like to see what it did on concession 4. You know, like I think it would be a good spot to try it as heavy traffic area with the large dairy farm that's there. So if you were willing to do that, some of that 300,000 could go towards large culverts. I also as I mentioned before, would like to see that 352,000 from land sales go towards large culverts. And I don't think you're going to get that much done this year, because I don't imagine you'll have the time, and by the time you do geotech and some of this stuff, but it could be sitting there ready. Maybe you can get ready for next year. I really think these, when you look at those pipes, they have to be done. We can't just keep pretending that doesn't exist just because we can't see it when we drive by. Like, I think we need more pictures like this just to, so we know what's there. And the one, that box culvert, Councillor McDonough and I looked at it last spring or the spring before, and like it definitely is, it's fallen apart on the edges. It needs to be done too. So keep everything in, but I would be interested in trying, getting the box blade and trying something on concession 4, and maybe saving some of that money and putting that towards culverts. But I want both of them done, but I'd be okay with trying the edging and seeing how that holds up.
May I ask a clarification question of Miss MacDonald, not McDonald? You have the spreadsheet that has what has changed in the budget up to this point. Would you be able to like sum that up and tell us what the aggregate changes from the removed corporate compensation review all the way down to the trees removal?
So with the changes, this is not including the addition of North Branch and the box spreader, just to be clear. We're now at 10.9 million, so we've cut out almost 300,000, 368,000-ish.
Okay, so 368,000 has been removed up to this point. 245 would have to go back in for North Branch, and then another $30,000 for the box spreader. Is what, that's correct? Have I stated that?
Yes, so now with those added back in, we are at 7.5%. So we're at 11,149,000.
Okay, to Councillor Bougie.
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. I would be in agreement, and when I first did look at the presentation, I did think how great it could be if we could get both of them done. And it seemed like we're able to find some savings there for that. I'm in favor of the box as well to be added, the box spreader. And I mean, if there is even additional funds that we can save, I wonder if there's another road or so that can maybe get some edge work done somewhere else in the township, maybe to save it or get a little more life for it as well. And then we could test and see how the unit does. But I'd be in favor of doing that. The more roads, the better, if we have the time and the resources, of course.
And of course, the community resources too, because we can't outgrow the ability for our local contractors to do it. So that's a good comment. Councillor Jaworski, did you have something?
No, I like the idea of testing the box spreader on concession 4 first line. I think that would be a good use of it, a good test. I think having North Branch as well, I think that makes sense. But like that 300,000, if we're going with the box spreader, I would want the box spreader cost to be in that 300,000, not add another 30,000 for the spreader. So, and then use whatever leftover costs for culverts. But I wasn't looking at adding more on top of the absolute dollar amounts there that are included.
Mr. Mayor, can we just clarify?
Yes.
The deputy mayor mentioned using the box spreader to do edging. Are we speaking of doing the edging on the large dairy farmers road, that section that is fairly well populated from 34 in, or are we talking about doing the portion of, is it fourth concession, Ms. McDonald, that we call, like, there's like 3 sections of fourth concession from gravel to hardtop to fourth line or third line road down across past second line road. Are we talking about doing the edges of the portion from the former S.J. McLeod to Whiteman Sugarbush, or are we talking about doing the edges on the road that was slated for downgrading? We're talking about doing the down, or is that upside? I'm looking at it upside down. I'm sure. If you can just kind of confirm that. Like, I don't know what everybody's speaking about the fourth concession, but I think there's 2 portions of it that's being referenced here.
Yes. the fourth concession meanders all over the place. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The fourth concession that is up there is from concession 3 to County Road 26. So it is the part that starts at concession 3 and veers up. So it's the top part of first line, and then it turns. If we use the box spreader, in this or scenario, it was use the box spreader on everything that's concession 4 in first line, this little first line nub. In the and scenario that I think the deputy mayor is proposing, the box spreader would just be used up on the fourth concession that's coming off of 34. Because we would be pulverizing and reinstating the surface treatment on the lower portion of concession 4.
Because what the deputy mayor is proposing is from 34 to the fourth line road or the first line road that's a green road going north by the dairy farm, as well as pulverize and re-asphalt the portion from S.J. McLeod former school to what's known as Whiteman Sugar Bush in that curve, correct? Or are you saying do the siding on both those with the box and take the 300,000 and reallocate it? I have no real preference at this point, but I would like to see.
I was thinking more of Summers Road, something that we haven't discussed, like if we, $30,000 box blade, but there's going to be material needed, and I don't have a clue what that kind of cost is. You know, you're going to have to buy asphalt or I would think you would likely use asphalt instead of cold patch in this thing, but I don't know if that is a large cost per kilometer if you're doing, you know, a foot or 2 feet of the edge of those roads. I'm not sure.
Would this be something that we could, like, to really get a very clear picture? Because, like, I'm not as quick with my roads, et cetera. And then also, as you identified the cost of materials on our March 22nd meeting, it could be to show the options and the costs based on what the conversation is, because I find it a little bit difficult to really think about it. I'm a little bit of a slow thinker, and maybe you've thought about this a little bit more than I have, but I'm glad to have those good numbers that you're looking for and have those options available to us, just to make sure that everybody feels comfortable with the decision.
Ask a question. Are you talking about having another budget meeting? I'd like to pass this budget tonight. I don't know what everybody else is thinking.
Oh, well, we're pretty much there. Could we pass the dollar value and then perhaps have the scenarios come back to us just to make sure?
Well, I always think during the year, there's always room for our staff to, you know, come to us with ideas as long as it works within that budget.
Great, then we're
what
on the same page.
they may do and how they may do it.
Understood, then I would be on board with that. I'd like to have some time to think, like have that come back a little bit more fleshed out. Ms. MacDonald?
Just to confirm, so I've added 245 for North Branch through you, Mr. Mayor, and 30,000 for the box spreader. Presently, with the numbers I have, that's what we're looking for, right?
That's, I think, part of the issue. Mr. Orris, he said 300,000, include the box blade and go as far as you can with hot mix asphalt on the fourth concession and the 34 portion to First Line Road. I think that's where the deputy mayor is. I was fine just redoing the fourth concession and getting your box blade and trying some on that other section. I'm not going to die on that hill. I'm fine with it either way. If that's the will of council, we can go with that. As long as we do some work on both portions of that fourth concession, I'm happy. I would prefer to see a new fourth concession, but we can see what we get with this box blade.
I am also okay with this one or that one, but so go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you. From what I think, and I might be off a little bit because I'm not thinking that Ms. McDonald and I have factored in the CIP numbers exactly the same. I'm at $324,000 worth of savings, and that's including buying the box blade. So if we do North Branch, take 245 out of that, we're still below where we were. The CIP I cut 15,000 because we said we were going to keep it at 10, but I added in 22.3 that wasn't spent last year. Now, I'm not sure if everybody else was thinking along those lines, but I just figured the stuff that wasn't spent, put in. Now, maybe it was set aside for CIP program, but I think we got the right to move that if we want.
Agreed.
With that, then, Councillor Jaworski, do you have a hand up?
Ms. MacDonald, you said with that plus 30, so the and plus 30, that was 7.5%? And if it's with,
It's
and,
plus 300. So the 300,000 was already in the budget, so I've added, through you, Mr. Mayor, 245,000 for North Branch and 30,000 for the box spreader, so that would be an additional 275.
okay.
Oh, and I also am adding 15 for the materials.
Okay,
Too
and
easy
15,
answer.
15 for materials.
You guys almost need your own, because it's hard to hear.
Okay, but sorry, so that is 7.5 or no? So 15, okay, and if you took out if it's just capped at 300,000, so not plus 30, not plus 15, if it's just 30, what's the number? That should go down, shouldn't it?
Okay, so it's 7.89 with all in, and now we're going to take out 38, 39, and 40. Yeah, take those three out.
You're wanting the box split, you're wanting to drop
Yeah, I
the
just,
300,000 to 270 and include the box blade in that? Is that what you're saying?
I want
Counselor
300,000.
Jaworski, I think, wants to
Oh,
buy
I
the
gotta
box
bring it
blade in
down.
that 300.
I do, yeah.
And take all the leftover, what's left of that 300, so the 270, purchase materials and put the edging on those two sections of road, or go as far as that'll get us.
Yeah.
That's what she's suggesting. I can live with that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the number I see is 5.1%. If we keep this capped at 300,000,
Okay,
which I think was your question. And if we add in another 300, that's when you get into the 7.9%.
Well, just add in the 245.
yeah, just the 245. I know it's just, I don't have.
7 point,
I was 7.46. Yeah. Just remember to, whenever you give numbers, please, for the audience as well as my ears too. All right, so I guess there's been some conversation on this. If you were looking for direction, though, we should get that solved by will of council as a whole. So there was two propositions. Oh, yes.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, maybe we should go through bridges before council makes a final decision on this one.
Oh, yeah, we're getting excited. Yeah, okay, so bridges, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and not to jump on anybody's fun. Sorry, and I had a question slide in there. Yeah, if we could be here. So with bridges, we have 61 road bridges. We have 3 to 6 on the Peanut Line, plus our beautiful Butternut Lane Bridge. Right now, I'm just talking about the 61 road bridges. In 2023, we did our planning study on the Butternut Lane Bridge. We did our OSM inspections. Jacobs came in and gave a presentation and gave us some scary numbers for what our bridge needs will be over the next 10 years. Our 2023 capital bridge construction work was all deferred, so that was Chapel Road and the Second Line Road Bridge, and they are out to tender right now. The tender closes on Friday of this week, and council will have the opportunity to award or not award on March 18th if all goes well. In 2023, we also had notice of severe defects for the Kinloch Road structure, which is known as Lozon Bridge. I actually don't know why. Whenever we look at our operational items of note for this year, it's sort of an increased level of service. I've called it that because we didn't previously have a GL specifically for bridges. I've put in $35,000 to deal with vegetation, to do bridge washing and do some minor maintenance on the bridges. That doesn't necessarily represent an increase in $35,000 to the taxation budget, since you will find our bridge washing right now, so we wash 22 structures. They're the bridge proper. We don't wash our culverts. We wash things with expansion joints where salt could get under or around. And that washing is buried into our 3131 and our 3131 account, so our hard top sweeping account. So we should see our hard top sweeping account that's always overspent to go down, and that some of that money will transfer here, but there's certainly an increase in spending and focus on bridges. The reason being, I got very scared whenever I saw the maintenance needs estimate from Jacobs at $2.5 million and just thought it was worth tracking and making a concerted effort towards meeting those needs. So it's not necessarily an increase in $35,000 since some of that money was captured under other GLs previously. It's just focusing it and giving a bit more oomph over time. When we look at our capital bridge items, again, we're bringing back Chapel Road. It's a major rehab, second line road expansion joint, and 3 other setup studies at $760,000. Our first one, and I presented this one last year, but our planning estimate was way low. So we have Class A estimates now, so they should be pretty robust. It's $500,000 to do a major rehab on this one. And when we went on our infrastructure tour in April or May or June of 2023, we took a peek at the structure and I noted that while we are rehabbing the deck, we haven't selected the most expensive option because the most expensive option will outlast the rest of the structure. So we've aligned what we're doing to meet the entire asset. And that's really important. I have right here a note going on asset management rant, but you get the idea, right? You don't want to like overspend on this structure when we know we have to spend anyways in 25 years. Like the deck has to come off if we're doing a superstructure. Second line road is an expansion joint replacement, and this is second line up over the DeLille River. And it's bundled in with the Chapel Road tender again. Price is coming in hopefully soon. This one is a structure evaluation for the structure on third line near the DeLille. You can see we've got massive patches on that bridge. It looks pretty nasty. It looks like it was a concrete structure. We've put some kind of asphalt over top. It's worn away, so you can see beside the patches the concrete underneath. If you can see that much of the structure is patched, and the salt is getting in, it means our deck is in a lot of trouble underneath that. So what the structure evaluation will do is determine if we need to rehab or replace the structure. So it still has a service life of 20 years based on just like the numbers. But in reality, we suspect it's not 20 years. And so this structural evaluation will tell us what we need to do and also determine whether the structure is structurally sound. So this is an important one. Then if you look at the asset management or the capital plan that Jacobs provided that will be attached to the future asset management plan, you'll see that there is money in the budget next year for concrete work. But I mean, that would be determined based on this study. Like if the study says it's a replacement, then that is not great for us, but at least we'll know and we won't be punching $200,000 worth of concrete work into a dead bridge. So this one I think is fairly important to keep in. Kinloch Road Bridge. I heard this one as a project low light because it's not super exciting. I did want to frame it as this is not a question to council as what bridge to close first. It's a question of how much money does council wish to fund or expand on this structure every year. So I have some numbers. Maybe here. Here we go. So if council would like to keep this, like the level of service as an open, what we've shown is closure, $10,000, we're done, it's closed. If council wishes to keep a level of service where this is still a vehicle carrying structure or an anything carrying structure, then we'll continue our biweekly monitoring. That's plus $70,000 to the budget. And there's no point, in my opinion, in expending monitoring money if we're not going to replace it. So then we need to set up to replace. That's another $225,000 likely this year in engineering fees. So we would need to do geotech. We need to do the hydro study that we're already doing with the counties for a crazy low cost. We would need to do the topo, like everything. So if we wish to keep this open, that $10,000 number goes from $10,000 to roughly $300,000. And then next year we would be expending the remainder of that 2.2. So I guess that ends up being 1.9 million to replace the structure. And that would be likely instead of a major rehab on Cashin Road, a major rehab on St. Raffles Bridge, a replacement of the first line at the James McDougall Drain, a planning study on the third bridge on Roy's Road, a major rehab of the structure at the third and the DeLille, and the major rehab of one of the bridges on the North Service Road. So what I just read off would be our capital planning for next year. That is roughly, if the estimates are right, 1.7 million. So if we punch this forward at the 1.9, or let's say it ends up being roughly the same, we're pushing that 1.9 million another year down the road. So big questions, I know, but I just wanted to frame this one as it's not choosing this one, it's choosing how much money council would like to put into it this year, which is a really big question. And if you're not ready to make it today, I suppose you could make it another time, but we can revisit it. And the final one is capital maintenance. It's joint steel replacement. It's really teeny, but needs to be done. And that is that for bridges. However, I want to note that I believe this is, are we draining the structures reserve for this one? Pretty near. So this is another one where like the infrastructure reserves we're not taxing, the infrastructure reserves we're drawing from fairly heavily. So at the end of 2023, there's not a lot remaining, but we want to do infrastructure work. We don't want to fall further behind. And this is something we'll need to talk about as we, move through the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McInell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I have no issues with any of the projects on this list. I just want to bring up a conversation I think that I don't know has to be had this evening, but at some point we will have to have it. When you look at the Kinloch Road Bridge or the Low Zone Bridge, there's a number of structures of this size servicing a single home. And there's going to be a lot of these in the future, and that's where I think your roads rationalizing conversation is going to be had. There are instances where we'd be wiser to expend the $600,000 to purchase somebody's home and property and burn it down. It's not a joke. $2 million worth of culverts to replace a Service One home, it's not worth it at that point. And that's the conversations we might have in the future. I've had conversations with the fire chief on all kinds of different things, and one thing we both agree on is we need some kind of reset on some of these pricings. These are ridiculous. And this is nothing against yourself. That's what these replacement estimates are coming in at. And I shake my head and say there's no way it could be that much, and what fears me more is if we put this out for a tender, we come in at 2.5. But the one thing about this is there's 3 roads that service Street Road. The Cashin Road has a decent sized concrete structure bridge. It looks to be in fine shape. There is no date stamped on it. So that tells me it's roughly 60 years old to 70 years old, probably pushing its life expectancy. And then I did not look at the Glenbrook Road to see that structure, but I know it is a large concrete structure. I don't know the condition of it. At what point are we going to say there's no access from South Branch Road to Street Road without going all the way down to the other end? There has to be one of these, and I'm not saying we're going to close this and never touch it again. This might be the one to fix. But at this point in time, it doesn't make sense to put this much money in. But is Cashin Road going to be $3 million or Glenbrook 5? Like, what do we have a plan that way, or is there one we're going to bank?
I think that's
bet the farm on.
That's an excellent question because imagine, saving $2 million to spend $4 million later. I guess that's kind of the question that's being asked. So that comes through the roads rationalization program, and I don't know. Perhaps you have that information now because you have a paper up. So perhaps you're prepared. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So many questions there. Yes, it comes from the asset rationalization for roads and bridges. I know that Cashin is up next year for major rehab, and it was included in that 1.7. So it would be an investment into Cashin that is something less than 1.7 million, since there are 6 bridges on that list, or 6 structures, sorry. There will need to be a discussion at some point, because you're absolutely right. Like, we can't knock out all the crossings, and it will need to be some form of discussion with emergency services, what works best for their needs also, and then council's determination of how you represent the people who have voted you in, and what they would like to do. I do know that this is the one directly adjacent to a county bridge. The county bridge is unlikely to go anywhere since it services the border between the city of Cornwall, South Stormont, and us. So when we're looking at how far away to street, this is likely going to be the one that scores the lowest if we were doing some kind of ranking. I'm not saying it's the answer. I don't have the other pages, unfortunately, that I had printed that would have told me what the other bridges were up for, but I can send the asset management plan or the capital plan for bridges again to council, and I can tell you what the structure numbers are for the ones on street, and you can kind of get a sense for the replacement value and the money that you need to fund them for the next 10 years, which might help the decision on this one.
Is that sufficient for you, Councillor McNell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, like, I look at it as I don't live there, I don't use it. I just assume if I lived on Street Road, I would be more apt to keep the Kinloch, personally, just because I think it's a straight shot to Martintown, and you're going out each way. To go down to Cash and to come back to go to Martintown, or maybe you're going up to the 9 Mile, which is a fine road as well. But I'm sure there's somebody out there that's going to have a preference one over another. Cashin Road isn't hardtopped. Are we gonna say, well, since we're closing this, now we're gonna put a hardtop to meet the hardtop on Street Road? It's just, there's a lot of things to keep in mind in this. I'm not suggesting we even go forward with working on this now, but there may be a conversation that this comes back. This is the one to fix in the future, based on what we find out next year. Because, like you say, the money we're talking about putting into Cashin Road is just an evaluation. Correct, or is it major rehab work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Cashin, I have written on my hand notes, but I'll confirm that I wrote it right. I wrote major rehab.
Okay, well, just things for the future, and it is a decrease in service level, which nobody likes to do.
If I may just ask a budget clarification question here. So you had mentioned, so it's 10,000, I believe, to remove it. What is it just to like holding pattern? That'd be an increase to taxation. It was 70,000 or 75? Okay, so that would be 60,000 added to the budget if the roads rationalization study doesn't come back in due time to have the fulsome discussion. So I guess in that case, my question would be, is it reasonable to think that before we spend that $70,000, the roads and bridges rationalization study would be prepared for us to have that debate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, because we expend a little bit of that money every 2 weeks to monitor. And I expect, as I said, when the project was given the green light, that it's kind of my spare time project. So it's a year out from anything useful.
Okay, I think Councillor McNall said something. We'll go to the Deputy Mayor after.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not proposing we keep it open at all. I'm not proposing we spend $70,000 to keep it open. That's ridiculous. Close it, move on. I'd close it tonight if you have to, or call off the engineers till we close it. But I would not continue to monitor it at this point, given it's, well, roughly it's like $2,600 every 2 weeks to have somebody look at it. Like, I'd just stop that.
So the proposal is to close it until we have the full rationalization?
At the very least, call off the inspections for now anyways. And I'm not suggesting we wait for the rationalization to close it or to put the barricades up.
All right. Do we wish to talk about that particular subject right now? Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I'm assuming the 10,000 is the closure cost. It's not to remove it, just to close it. Yes, that's what I assumed. I guess I'm ready to close it. I don't know what it would cost extra, but I would like to see it close like June 15th or the end of May, just to get the farmers through their spring work and to give them a little time to adjust before fall, so that I don't know if that could be a lot of extra cost or not on our part. And then if we decide in the future that that's the one we want to keep open, but I'm leaning towards keeping Cashin open. If you can rehab that bridge for less than what it costs to do this one, likely considerably less if there was a bunch in that 1.7. I'm guessing that Cashin bridge must not even be 1 million. But even if it was $1 million, you could hard surface that road and do the bridge for less than what it would cost us to replace this one. So I think that's discussion for future when we have more numbers and so forth. But for now, I would close this one. I'm leaning towards closing it after spring work to the end of May, middle of June. And then nothing changes. We can change our mind later once we get better information.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jaworski?
Yeah, I think considering the budget pressures, the right answer sadly is to close it, but I agree very much with the deputy mayor that I don't think it's a we close it tonight thing. I think we need to give folks some time to adjust, and particularly when it comes to spring work, to have it do it after that.
Okay, so it seems like there's broad support from council. With that, should we be prudent and add whatever, would it be 9 weeks plus 2,600, whatever that number is to the budget to, and hopefully it comes under, because
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think it's an additional $18,000. I will note that we do have half loads permanently posted on this road. So and I know people aren't following them, but there was an effort to reduce the loads across that structure.
okay, so to accommodate the farm season, I think it is our major industry, is to council, is that a show of hands that yes, 18,000 would be acceptable to keep it open that time? Okay, so 18,000 to the budget for that. Ms. MacDonald?
I just wanted to add a clarification. In as much as we're draining the reserve for the planned work this year, we did fund it $275,000 from this budget. So there is going to be some money in there for next year. Sorry, I'm talking too quietly. There is $275,000 going into that reserve this year. So we're spending the current balance, but we are funding it a little bit for next year.
Okay, thank you. So that's good for that particular item, and that was probably the toughest one for us now and also in the future.
Clarification,
Yes, please.
the deputy mayor earlier on had wanted to add money to that reserve and just wanted to account that that was there.
The sale of 2023 land, right?
I did, is that I don't know if that's a budget item or not, or is that a staff report at a later date?
I'm just, my
I'm not
thought was
sure.
if we're at 275, that's not including, okay. So there's potential to be at 500,000 at the end of this budget process.
$500,000 less, or just in?
Sitting in that reserve after
Oh, yes.
all capital works are done.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Great. All right, next up is waste management, and we still do have to come back to, do we want to go back to that roads conversation just to vet that one out? So it was, I think the two proposals, I'm just trying to scroll to that particular page, the OR page. So it seems council's in favor of having one of two. It's either bring in North Branch, so that would be $245,000 plus. Within that 300,000, included in that 300,000 is what's proposed there as best you can, but 30,000 for the box spreader and 15,000 for materials. So I suppose you could say that's 355 plus the 45 for the box spreader and materials. Or the alternative was 300,000 as is here, 245,000 plus 45 for the box spreader. Those were kind of the two things that were bandied about, if I recall. Is that right?
I think we more or less settled on for $300,000, buy the box spreader and buy as much material as you can to do fourth concession, both versions of it, the top piece and the bottom, and add North Branch Road at 245. So the combined total would be 545,000 for, I guess, hot mix surface treatment options.
Yes, and included in that is the box spreader and the 15,000 material. Included in
Included
300,000.
in, yeah.
Is
Well,
that-
it wouldn't be 15,000, it'd be 300,000 or whatever it takes to get that work done, or essentially. It wouldn't be a limit on materials.
May I word that differently, just to make sure we're talking? So instead of 300,000, we essentially have 255,000 for concession 4 and first line. We have 30,000 for the box spreader, 15,000 for material? No? Okay. Is that sufficient direction, and is that possible, just to be sure?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the deputy treasurer, acting treasurer, my bestie over here and I were just wondering, we're doing both projects as written plus the box spreader. No.
Can I try to clarify it?
I'm
Please.
We're doing North Branch Road, you're buying a box spreader, and we're giving you $270,000 to do whatever you want with materials. As many roads as you can.
Particularly concession 4 and first line.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when you say materials, are we talking hot patch?
Well,
I don't
what I'm
need to-
hearing, and I'm willing to have the discussion if we want to pare it down a little bit, but I'm hearing, keep the 300,000 in, but all that is doing is buying a box splitter and giving you materials to do edging. You could do half the roads in the township if you want. Now, maybe, do we want to put a limit on that? We could say, buy the box splitter and give her 100,000 worth of material and save 170,000 and put somewhere else. It might make more sense, because I don't imagine we'll have time to do all that.
Ms. McDonald?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if this is helpful, I spoke to another municipality who employs the box spreader to do this type of work, and they guess $2,000 to $3,000 per kilometer, like per side. So for like $300,000, that's overkill for this, way overkill. Like 50,000 would be a good trial year, in my opinion, based on staffing, right? Because we're going to like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12.
You can find somewhere else to spend it or save on taxes.
Yeah, and I'm sorry for being a little slower on my comprehension of this. So you're talking just doing the sides of roads with the box spreader, whatever materials those are, up to a certain threshold that is feasible for staff. The 245,000 obviously is in. Concession 4 and first line then is just sided. And so concession 4 and first line is out from the typical program. We're just going to do the siding. We're not going to do the high float resurfacing double surface treatment. Is that what council's?
I understood we were saying this, to take out the high float resurfacing, buy the box splitter and try doing the sides and see how much we can extend those roads.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So, and in as much, that's 30,000 for the box spreader, and you're saying how much for the material? Or what do you think would be 50? So 80,000, so that means there's 220,000 potentially to spend if we're okay with that. Do we wish to do concession 4 First Line Road? I know that you had talked about the north side of Chapel as something to explore in conversation, and I don't know if anybody had another road that came up. I just remember that one from a conversation.
Or maybe some of those culverts that, with a list of 3 or 4 that are imminent, maybe we do another 1 or 2 of those.
Would the culverts then be favorable or concession?
Do we want to, where are we at on, why don't we do a recap on where we're at? If that's the case, what's our number? Because we might want to put some of that 240,000 back into the person. 220, you said? 220. So we might want to put some of that 220 back in the taxpayer's pocket.
I think it's 230 because we had 300,000 and we just put 80 back in. We took out 300, we put 80 back in, so we would have 220,000 to use, or without that in there, we're at 5.51%. The levy would be 10,950,000 roughly.
I don't want to blindly run, like, I mean, these culverts need to be done, but I mean, we just talked about it's going to be 140,000 for one pipe in the Glendale. So that's one more culvert, or do we want to put some kind of savings back? Because I'm not opposed to saving some money here for the taxpayer and putting it back in their pocket, not sticking to our 8.5 or where we started.
That's fair. We've had those conversations that we don't want to just take it because it was presented there. And we do have, I guess, sometimes like the balance would be there is an obligation to our infrastructure long term. So that's the conversation, and it's a perfect one to have, right? So any thoughts too of that? Exactly, it was 200 and?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, 220,000.
Of that 220,000, we can invest it in like for next year's culverts or something, or do one this year, Deputy Mayor Lang, and also take some off the taxation.
If it went back, if it was taken out of the budget, we were at what, 5.5? I'd be happy keeping a little more, just because we know that, like, we don't want to make next year's budget just as bad as this one. And I'm not saying we go right back to the 8.5, but 6.5, we'd drop 2 points and put the rest in the culvert money. I don't know if I got any.
May I put a?
If we go from 8.5 down to 6.5, and whatever is left over go back into that culvert thing to buy a box culvert or something for next year, because it's going to be, they're going to come up. They're going to have to be done soon.
I'm not opposed to keeping an extra, of that 220, what if we kept 140 to buy a pipe for the Glendale? It doesn't necessarily get installed, but we can have the pipe here and not pay inflation on next year's pipe purchase. I don't know if that's of interest. It's an easy number if we're looking at contributing and giving back at the same time.
Does anybody have any strong thoughts? I'd be comfortable supporting that or any other thought in that regard. I'm glad anywhere in between those numbers. Councillor Jaworski?
I mean, putting aside like specific this much for this culvert, or like, I'd be comfortable somewhere around like a final of like the 6.5%, meaning that there is going to be some money towards some culvert, and it is bringing us down from the 8.5, and it's getting us closer to where we were last year, which was difficult enough.
Councillor Bougie?
Through Mr. Mayor, I would agree with Councillor Jaworski. I mean, coming in here tonight, I wasn't sure where we were going to go, but I think we did a great job at, going through this process, and I'm comfortable with that 6.5% number as well. And the extra funds, if it goes to whether it's a culvert or some more road work, I'm comfortable with that too.
CEO Robertson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've had some exchanges with the fire chief on an issue, and just if you may bear with me for a second, I just want to do sort of a sober second thought and make sure something hasn't gotten lost in the mix when we were talking about the generators and so forth. So we were, as you know, we were touching point on the generators sort of one-off as we went through them in different facilities and stuff. And I want to make sure council's got a full comprehension of sort of the emergency management aspect and what was in staff's minds when we brought forward the concept of the generators. And the fire chief's flipped me a couple of thoughts. I think he's the best person to express them to you rather than me trying to rehash them. But if you could indulge us for just a couple of minutes, perhaps you could add some thoughts.
Yeah, I'm fine having a thought on it. Fire Chief Robertson?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess when I was considering what to state, I guess my initial thought was, what direction would you like us to bring back for a subsequent meeting? But if we're going to be making a decision prior to that. So just I wanted to preface some of the things that we are, as staff, are considering. When we're talking about generators, standby generators, portable generators, we're considering the building uses, what we need the buildings for, our facilities as a larger, like all our assets, what we can use those facilities for, our staffing abilities, rental units, in-stock generators, all those types of things. Emergency management, long-term, short-term weather events, all these types of things we're considering. So I guess if you wanted more information on some of those things, we can provide that. There's not a lot of time tonight to provide much more information, but we are, on the generator front, we are considering all those factors whenever we're making recommendations to council about purchasing or replacing assets. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor McDonnell?
Frankly, I think we have one generator to talk about at this point, if I'm keeping track right, maybe two. But I guess for myself, I'm fine at 6.5. It sounds like Trevor's, Councillor Bougie's fine at 6.5. If everyone's there, or
Yeah, we still have just a bit more to go, and then the generators might actually drop it.
fuck.
Yeah. So 6.5 to cut. But I think your suggestion was 140,000 plus or minus, and then 80,000 of that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, because we always go to defensible numbers, and if I borrow Councillor Jaworski last year, I like to look at the construction index, and that's 7.19%, so it's just something to think about on the big infrastructure. It's not CPI, but we're going to move to Caitlin, Ms. MacDonald.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a question from Councillor McDonnell. He asked what would get us to 6.5%, and that would be to add 105,000 now, would bring it to 6.5%. But currently, we're still at 5.5, pending decision of how much more you want to put back in.
Okay, thank you. So then with this, well, no, we're going to jump into generators after. So we will go to waste management. I think you've got your direction on concession 4 First Line Road, that patching, that's clear. So we'll move to waste management. Ms. McDonald.
Sorry. Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to put in my 2 cents on generators. That's all right. Just to say that the generator proposed by Mr. Sege is outside of the tax budget and is within water, so keep that in mind when you're doing your thing. So we get into waste management. It's our final division, I suppose, even though we contracted out almost completely on the collection side. So in 2023, we had an in-house landfill attendant, and that was received very well by the community, and we liked having our own person out there. Operations seemed to run fairly smoothly. We also received an amended ECA for the North Lancaster waste disposal site, which brought in the buffer lands to the east. So now that is all on paper done and good. We aligned both operations at the landfills to Thursday, Saturday. Very few complaints, and most people have appreciated it because they just now think Thursday, Saturday, and off they go. And we had a successful household hazardous waste event, as we always do. Looking forward to this year, we are starting our pilot on-demand heavy pickup week. It'll be, or not week, sorry, pickup day. It'll be once a month. It'll be pay per use, and our infrastructure coordinator is, full steam ahead at getting that program up and running. So we'll see how that runs concurrently with our heavy pickup week, and that's something we discussed in October likely. A change in operations, we're doing annual topo surveys as we approach end of life, so we can keep an eye on what's happening. It used to be every second year for one and every year for the other one, and I can't quite remember which. I'm hoping this is the year that we are recontouring those waste mounds. I'm tired of talking about it, and I'm sure you're tired of hearing me talk about it. And we are going to relocate our household hazardous waste event to Fairview Drive to allow for more queuing off, like on our own roads. We found that it was challenging last year to have one lane. Here we're hoping to run two straight through and just punch people through faster. So I think that will be well received by the community. Other operational items of note, these are just things that are going to come up within waste management. We have transitioned to producer responsibility. It's a big deal at the end of the year. We'll no longer be responsible for our Blue Box program. So that's something that, while I haven't talked about in a while, I'm still actively involved with at the regional level, as the Regional Waste Management Committee opted to keep me as their chair for the year. So that was nice. Our waste collection contracts are up for renewal at the end of this year. I know council may feel like they've just gone through this, but here we are again, and there are a lot of neat things that we could do. We're also looking at doing a financial liability assessment for our landfills this year, and that would get us our closure costs, and that's cooked into the general consulting budget under waste, which Councillor Jaworski found today. And this photo are tires. I'm going to just make a comment on tires and producer responsibility. Producer responsibility on paper sounds great, but we all know how when these things unroll, they get a little bit messy. Tires are fully under the producer responsibility. We're signed up with a pro. We've collected these tires, and they keep saying they're coming. They close down. So we have like thousands and thousands of tires that we are now struggling to find someone to take for us. We're working on it. Yeah.
If we are willing to get rid of them, I'm sure there's a number of dairy farmers that would be happy to pick through them, as they're excellent weights for silage bunker silos. And that's 99% of the time what is used, with a mix of the odd sandbag. But I think if you put a notice out to the dairy farmer community, or dairy community around, you'd probably have some uptake on people picking those up.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. That is an excellent tip. Dear dairy farmers of South Glengarry, we have tires. Please help. Like, that's just one landfill. We have another landfill with just as many tires. Oops. So I do say, are there questions about waste management here? There's not really anything fun and capital-y in there. However, I do, just like Ms. Harbers, have a list of other items for consideration where I do have some solid waste management stuff in here. So you'll see solid waste management plan, master plan. This is something that Deputy Mayor Lang and Councillor Jaworski know about because they sit on the Environment Committee. But our last master plan for solid waste management was made in the advent of South Glengarry. So 20-some years ago, we've achieved all the goals in it. So we have no now guiding plan for solid waste management. It's not really supported by the strategic plan, so we've pulled it out of the budget. But if I was going to make a pitch for something to add in some way to hit that number, it might be something of that nature. When we talk about the fire chief's communications two-way plan, I mean, that comes into Beaverbrook. That's where the tower is. The tower is within the waste mound. It needs to be relocated. But where? The shack needs to be relocated. All of our little bins need to be relocated. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen at Beaverbrook to support that. That's not in the budget, I suppose. Some of the other items are Lancaster drainage. I think council should make a decision if they want to keep it open as it is north of the tracks, or maybe move towards something more closed, and then we could budget appropriately in the future. I think that's just a conversation that we have over a little bit, and then that will help us figure out what kind of capital needs we might have in Lancaster. That's not really a budget item, but just something that will impact the future budget that we'll do in-house. If we're looking at new other roads to add, South Service was the next one on the asphalt list. And I know we've talked about Chapel, but Chapel was the next one. So, it was Glen, second line, South Service, Chapel, in terms of the last road needs study. So I've just kind of gone in order. Glenroy Road always comes up on our need studies of needing a full depth reconstruction. So I threw that up there. There are a number of gravel roads that we can do base improvements on. And we look at our facilities. I mean, we'll see the BCAs. So there's lots of needs out there, but just getting some appropriate surfaces around our buildings in the next couple of years, just so council is aware. So waste management, nothing super exciting, but lots going on. And then for other items of consideration, there are a couple thoughts there. So thank you.
So if I may petition for a reserve, which is not surprising to anybody, in looking at our waste management reserve, we had $130,000 in it up until last year, and pretty consistently, we know the post-closure costs are going to be quite high. If we're comfortable at 6.5, and then I'd make the argument that non-residential construction 7.2, I'd be interested in putting some money back into that reserve, because at some point that's a piper we're going to have to pay, and it's going to be millions of dollars. And without contributing for 2 years, I mean, I guess we can do it, that's perfectly fine, but if council would be okay at approximately 7.2, and then maybe this generator conversation takes a little bit out of that as we finalize those thoughts, I'd propose putting $70,000 there. It's a little over half of what was previously there, but it's just to get it back on our minds again, because that's a cost. That was my thought for that one reserve, and I'm open to suggestion. Councilor McDonald, or McInnell, sorry.
I'm very comfortable at the 6.5, and I'm not interested in adding to that reserve.
What is in that reserve now?
I imagine that one's probably a decently full reserve. It's probably like 800,000 to 1.2 million, and I
I
believe,
thought it was like over $1 million.
yeah, I think 1 point, yeah. I gave a range just me.
It would be over 1.1 million.
1.1.
It is a significant amount of money. And then on this topic, for strategic planning, we should bring up a reserve policy, because if we have that money sitting for, a 20-year event, maybe GIC's at the simple base, but that's a conversation for then too. Ms. McDonald?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I still haven't been provided direction to bring it back up to 6.5. We're still only at 5.5, just to be clear.
Thank you. So that might be a no from everybody. I just wanted to bring it up as an item.
Are we still planning on having a generator talk here?
Yes, right after this one, yes.
Can I mention something on waste management?
Yes, please do.
And I'm happy to hear, we have our own person at the landfills now, and I think, like you say, it's well received. We just have the one person that's been trained, and I'm wondering if maybe we can kind of work towards having another one, because I think the one person that's trained may be very useful to us in other areas if we end up with some kind of an excavator. And, are we still looking to do a bit of brushing this year with a different machine, an excavator on wheels or something? So he would likely be the man that would be behind the controls. So I'm just thinking, it's good to have one person there, but maybe we have two trained so that we'd have some flexibility there, that's all.
It's good to have organizational resilience that way too, because if you lose one, you can always replace them or move them around. So then maybe we should move to the generator conversation, because that might, it's nearing the end unless there's waste management questions. I know that Councillor George is on that committee, Environment Committee as well with you. No? Deputy Mayor Lang?
So we're going to start the generator chat?
Yes, I think we're nearing the end. It's time to tie that bow.
I'm I'll start it by just asking staff, all staff, if, I mean, I know we got to make the decision here, but if they think there's something that maybe we haven't considered, I know Chief Robertson started a little bit, but is it, I would like something, like, we're amongst friends here, be specific. If you think there's a generator that we should seriously look at, I want to know what it is and what your thoughts are. Don't just be too general. If there's something that staff thinks we should consider putting back in. So right now, we've cut the one at the arena, I believe, and I don't see where we've cut any other one.
I think you're quite correct there. I was looking at like the land
On my
sharks.
list, I only have the 110,000. I don't, looks like all the rest of them are still in. Or is that what everybody else thinks?
The only one we haven't had a conversation on is the one for water at this point, really. Landshire was decided it was stayed via consensus of council and it's coming from a reserve. We decided to remove the arena. The fire hall, we never really did speak about it, but I think for continuity's sake, I think everybody was fine with it.
If I just may, I think the fire one I had one check mark, so one person spoke. I think it was you spoke positively to it possible. I don't know if we fully, and then did you, like, I guess we can do thumbs up because we don't need to ask staff if we're going to say yes to them all. So for the fire one.
But
would you-
at this point, we've only cut one that I'm aware of.
Yes.
So right now, the rest of them are all still in the budget.
Correct.
With the numbers that we're dealing with right now. So if there's, my question is, if there's another one somebody wants cut, speak up now and we'll discuss it and see where we land. But if we don't, then they're all still in except for the arena.
There was one I didn't feel was necessary. It's the roads. I understand where it is very nice. I understand in a really terrible road event or weather event where if the guys are out all night and that's their rally point for coming back in, it's nice to have, if they needed a hot shower before they go home, washroom, etc. I'm not, like, again, there seemed to be consensus around the table to leave it in. It wasn't there, but it's one I could live without in this budget and maybe prepare for the future or do it later, but
Okay, may I just before you, because I thought roads, it seemed, and maybe my check marks were wrong, there were 2 in favor, two saying it didn't need to be there. So that would mean I would like it there, so that's the conversation. I'm not trying to be short, so there's that one's in. So then it would be fire, you said in favor, and then I guess we haven't spoken in favor. Is thumbs up, down on fire, just because if it's a simple one.
I'm good with where we are right now.
Perfect.
Like,
then
I'm
in
not
favor.
looking to change anything, but if we're going to have the conversation, I just want to know where everybody else stands and I'm willing to listen.
Okay, Councilor Jaworski.
Yeah, I'm okay where we are now, but I still think it makes sense at some point to have a generator on this building. So I still think, future planning that, maybe it's to have a generator discussion in the future, or if we're, comfortable in a future year, start building up money in the reserve, the building reserve for it. But I wouldn't want to buy one outright this year for this building.
So we did kind of do a show of hands on that one. That one's off of this particular budget, but I think what Councilor Jaworski is saying is bring it to next one, and we can have that discussion. Perhaps we're a little less tight next year, and we can reconsider that because, or maybe you can advocate for it, and because it was a 3-2 on that one. So then the generator conversation is kind of had. in that- in
the
that
only
regards.
one, and Mr. Seguin is looking
Oh, yes.
very diligently across the table at me.
So for the
And,
water.
That one's not out of taxation. That one's
not out of taxation. I don't pay a water bill. I'm not going to pretend to think it's going to impact me. Mr. Bougie does, so if he wants to say his piece now.
Through Mr. Mayor, I am in agreement with it, just based on the power outage events. And I mean, if you're diverting that every single day that power is out, I feel like the Green Valley system would definitely benefit from it. So I'd be in favor with that one as well. And it's portable, which is a bonus. So if, it might be used in other places if need be, right?
Councilor Jaworski?
On that point that Councillor Bougie just lifted, I really hope that, as I think it was Mr. Seguin early on was talking about, like, one piece of equipment at one plant was changed, and now the next one's due, but we're gonna make sure that it's the same kind, so we have the same kind of parts and whatnot. Like, I hope we have the same approach when it comes to these generators as much as possible, so that if we end up in a situation where it's like, well, that's the water one, but we really, we could really use it over here for X reason, that there is an element of interchangeability and partnership, really. Yeah, exactly.
And I don't know Generate as well, but you might have that comment that you mentioned to me in terms of like shared plugs. You know more about that. So Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just going to say, really, in the event that we were in a -30 storm, and we had people without heat. Green Valley is not a spot that is going to be without heat. That they all are on natural gas. In that event, if it was needed, nothing says $3,000 worth of electrical couldn't be done in this building to set a plug outside that would connect to that generator, and run minimal but some amenities here if you needed a heating or a warming station. So it's not to say we don't, if you wanted to do that, it's just, if it's portable, it's got a little more use, I think, to the entire municipality than say a standby in one location. So there's maybe that's a trade-off in the next budget.
Okay, so it seems like that one is good. So the generator conversation has now been had. Coming back to where we are, and then that conversation about putting some to structures reserve, I think. So if you could update us, Ms. McDonald, on kind of like where we are, and if you could start from like what we've changed and then give us the final outcome, if that's okay by council, just to have it, just to make sure our notes line up.
Sorry, we can share it. She just has to take my USB. Just a moment.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, so I've listed here the capital that we were discussing today. So the Williamstown roof stayed in. Do you want me just to say the things that came out? That might be
I think just
easier.
the changes, if you could, yeah.
So we removed the 300,000 high float options, addressed later though. Everything else stayed in except for the generator for the arena here and the pathway at Glen Walter.
Martintown
Sorry,
pathway?
and that's below.
Okay, thank you.
That was all capital items, pardon me. And so we've removed 35,000 for the compensation review, 25,000 increase to building permit revenue, 15,000, we lowered the CIP budgeted this year, and then we've offset it with 10,000 from 2023, which we're still up for debate possibly.
Yes, that's revenue, so it's decreasing the levy.
Yeah. Yes. So, and here we have the 100,000 for first line tree removal coming out. This is the addition here, so we've put the 245,000 for North Branch in, 30,000 for the box spreader, 50,000 for the materials, 18,000 to monitor Low Zone Bridge until after the spring work is finished. And then this is not in yet because we still have 105,000 if we want to bring it up to, this is my 6.5% would be about 105,000. So that's for your decision, but that's where we're at presently. Oh,
So I
don't know
think
what I did, sorry.
then the conversation becomes, is 5.5 the target number? And then any flexibility is in what we transfer to that structures reserve. I believe the transfer to the landfill was not really wanted to be discussed. So is that number the number we want? And otherwise, I guess that could be the conclusion of this meeting shortly thereafter. So any discussion on that 105 to structure reserve transfer?
Where is our current structures reserve at if we've put 300 and some in, 350 I think it was from sale of buildings? 352 plus what was being allocated to that was around the 220 I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken.
Go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So the structure reserve would be at 275,000. we did budget for the sale of land last year as a revenue, so as much as we can move it, it might affect last year's numbers. So I just would say unless we can move the amount that came in over budget, but if we're moving the full amount, that might affect last year's surplus or deficit at the end of the time. So it might be something to consider when we are closing 2023, but I'm not sure.
Did
what
we
your
budget
preference-
for something specific, or we just budgeted
We budgeted
to put it into reserves?
we budgeted the revenue as 330,000. That kind of went against our expenses last year. So it came in at 360, so you could take that
What
extra
department
revenue
did it go to?
within general government.
It would have just offset the
That's, I
cost.
find that a little bit, if 350 comes in and we don't even get a chance to say where it's going, which department, what happens with it?
If I may, that might be just slightly not correct because we went through the budget. So like we reviewed this budget and it was offset by 300,000, I think is what happened. I'm very much on your side whenever you think about like one-time money should be not included. Like it should be talked about more than just an offset to an entire budget. And that's a philosophical one because it all of a sudden next year, say that we had no money coming in, we automatically handicap ourselves next year by that 3%. So I agree with you that we should have that conversation. I believe the conversation, I guess, not overtly was had during the budget conversation, but I do agree with you. What Ms. McDonald is trying to say is if we take that $300,000, whatever it is, it's not going to general reserves, we'll just put it to structure reserves, and it may have an impact on our general reserve transfer or surplus or deficit from last year, which I think we're okay with, because we do have enough money in that general reserve fund, I think, to absorb, say, if it's 300,000 differently. So
So it's not going to affect this year's budget that we're working on right now. Either way, I think Councillor McNeil is just kind of wondering what the reserve would end up being. So maybe we could, staff has been working, I know, long hours and stuff to get this prepared. So maybe, in a month or so, we could get a report on that and just kind of find out where it is. And we've I think we're supposed to get something on reserves here before too long too. So we just kind of wait and see on that then.
So then with that, do bring a reserve report to us, probably an info report, and then we will pull it, one of us. And from that, we'll make a decision on the 300,000 going to reserve for the subsequent year end when I think you'll have time to do that. Councillor McInnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess at this point then, do we want to go as high as 6.5? Because I'm looking at this going, we're at 5.5. I don't know that we need to put another 105,000 into the structures reserve based on the fact that we're at 500,000 that's staying there, not being touched this year. And that's before we budget anything next year. Do we want to put an extra % on to put it in a reserve?
I definitely do. And just remember that study we had. Now, hopefully we don't come up with it, but they said we need $2.5 million per year for the next 10 years. And 500,000 doesn't come anywhere close to 2.5. Like we can't put $2.5 million. But I think wherever we can put some, we need to put it in, and keep that as high as we can, and then hopefully we can get some work done cheaper and make things last a little longer, and because we can't afford the $2.5 million. But I don't want to just say, oh, we got 500,000, that's enough. It's only a quarter of what they think we need.
Councillor Bougie?
No, I would agree with Deputy Mayor Lang. I mean, we know there's going to be a shortfall at some point, and I feel like I was comfortable with 6.5%, and that extra money going into the reserve for, future capital projects, roads, bridges, whatnot. We know there's a huge shortfall in bridges, and the asset management plan has it all laid out for us. So, I mean, the more we can kind of prepare for that, the better. So, I'm comfortable with 6.5.
I find myself on that side, but Councillor Jaworski, how are you feeling?
I'm still in the same place I was, where I'd like that 105, either it's going somehow into infrastructure, whether it's going into infrastructure reserves or it's going into some culverts that Ms. McDonald identifies for this year. But yeah, as unfortunate as it is to have, to still be on the high side of things, I mean, I don't think we have any choice.
Okay, Councillor McDonald?
I'm fine with it regardless. We arbitrarily threw 6.5 around. It was just a sober second thought that it's really nice looking at that 5.5, and do we need that extra %?
Yeah, I was always of the thought, Councillor Bougie?
Well, through you, Mr. Mayor, when we received the presentation, it was starting at 8.5. So I feel like we've done a great job at getting that number down, and thank council and staff to, we had some hard decisions here, and I feel like we've done a great job at lowering that number and helping out our tax base, taxpayers, right? So I'm comfortable with 6.5.
Okay, then whatever amount brings that to 6.5. And I guess the wonderful story we can tell from this is that not only did we, 6.53 acceptable? That's acceptable? Okay, 6.53 is acceptable. No, that's acceptable. Is everybody okay with 6.53, or at least three of us? Okay, yes, okay, 6.53. The wonderful story is not only did 200,000 approximately come off of this budget, but there's a lot more invested in infrastructure. Oh, structures? Yeah. Structure reserve, yes. And if it needs to be changed to a roads reserve at some point, or a box culvert reserve, that can come through staff report. So structure reserve for now. Yes, so moving 200,000 out of a budget and adding infrastructure spending, which I think is a pretty decent mandate for us, is a pretty impressive task. So I'd like to thank everybody around this table, the small table and the big table, for their work. And I suppose at this point, then it's just procedural to come out of the meeting. Does anybody have any last things they'd like to say to council staff, community? Or sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say at the end of it, I'm very happy with the number. I think we're a lot better than where we started. And at the end of the day, I know we say we're focusing on our infrastructure and we've cut 200,000 out of the budget. The cuts aren't things we want to do. They're just things that we feel we have to do. And every department has what they need and what they're bringing forward for us. And this isn't, we're going after one or another, or, we're picking on one department over another. This is just where we're experiencing shortfalls and where the money's just not going near as far as it used to, that we got to do a lot of nice to-dos in our first term of council, and 25% inflation year over year on municipal works has essentially taken that away, barring 14% increases like some of our neighboring townships. So this isn't just to pick on people or to we're trying to get this down and put on a show. We're seriously committed to this, and we believe in our people, and that's why they're here. So.
Well said. I suppose we all echo that. Yeah. Well said, Councillor McDonnell. All right, so looking at this, I do have a bylaw to confirm and ratify matters. So, just before we get to this, sorry, March 22nd is no longer required, so you can clear your schedules, I believe. That's what the understanding is. So great for that. Moved by Deputy Mayor Lang, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-12, being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution, be read a first, second, and third time passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 4th day of March 2024. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Moved by Deputy Mayor Lang, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry adjourn to the call of the chair at 9:44 p.m. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Have a good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for your efforts.